Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in. Hopefully you're feeling mighty fine here as you got your Seahawks right on up here at the conference championship. An opportunity to go play for the Super Bowl. It doesn't get better than this as a fan, and so I know everyone's out there happy and doing well. Thank you guys for watching, and for all of the new folks who have joined aboard here. We had a video kind of blow up here last week or last couple days, and so welcome everybody that joined up from the sub group, and thank you guys again for watching throughout this year. This playoff's been just great. Today is the Seahawks Weekly Roundup. It's our opportunity to take a little bit look back at some of the prior week's news. One little final look back at the beautiful game that was against those 49ers. Oh, that was nice. And then just a chance also just look at those stories that might kind of slip between the cracks and, things that we might have wanted to kind of catch and kind of pay attention to. But without further ado, we got a loaded show here for you guys today. So let's just get through some of our opening little tidbits here. Just little stuff that kind of caught my eye out there around in the space hemisphere, Seahawks hemisphere, if you were. And we did get the news that indeed Jackson Smith-Njigba has been voted as your offensive player of the year. So as MVP goes, it typically is going to go to a quarterback. Drake May, Matt Stafford, one of those two is going to be the one who wins it. Jackson Smith was going to be the guy in offensive player of the year. This is where it goes to really the guy that outside of quarterback position is truly that best offensive player of the year. And so it's well-deserved on his part. There was some back and forth between Ram fans and whatnot on, well, Puka should really get it if you take this stat and that stat and this stat and that stat. But at the end of the day, Jackson had more receiving yards. Jackson was like half the target share of this offense in so many ways and what he did passing offense-wise, and yet still was able to get done what he got done, not necessarily on a high-volume approach offense. And so well-deserved on his part, but let's face it, folks, we're not in this for the individual awards. Individual awards are nice. Individual awards are great, but individual awards are not what drives this bus. We want to get to the Super Bowl. But congrats to Jackson, very well earned, and will certainly help him come negotiation time on a new contract extension this offseason. The Seattle Seahawks in this last game against the Niners really did a great job of getting pressure without blitzing. It has been something that's been more a centerpiece of the Hawks defense, I would say, over the last couple games of the year as we've wound down. McDonald is not adverse to blitzing. He can be at times a guy middle of the road and where he'll blitz as far as his blitz rate goes. But he has definitely leaned back further and further whenever he can this year onto seeing if that front four can just get it done on their own and if they would be enough. And you look at the blitz pressure rate, considering again with this, how many times Brock Purdy's throwing the ball in this game, 47%, 47.4%, almost 47.5% pressure rate. And that's just on a 10.5% blitz rate. So in this game, the Seahawks had the equivalent of what would have been the highest pressure rate in the NFL this season. Pretty cool there, considering especially that that's not an offensive line for the Niners that was one of really their main beat-up parts. Yes, Trent Williams is maybe not out there at 100%, but they have everybody else, all their starters, good to go. Good to go. It speaks to a little bit, I think, as well of you want to look for an indicator that the noise maybe was starting to have a bit more effect than we've seen in certain regular season games in recent history in Lumen Field. There you go. A little bit of a point to that, but this bodes well because if you can do the same thing this week, if you can generate that pressure with the front four and drop all those guys back into coverage, it will go very, very far to stopping Matt Stafford. I think the pathway to going after him is not to go blitz. Pathway to him is probably not a lot of necessarily stacking the box. So very cool stat on that side of it. Got some good news as well. Unfortunate news, but then good news to the do you want the good news first or you want the bad news first? We'll go with the bad news first. Unfortunately, of course, Zach Charbonnet suffered a significant knee injury. This is ACL injury, and he is going to be down for the rest of the season, of course, with that one. On top of it's going to be a long approach back for him to get into this. And it's going to bring up a lot of different questions here down the road in the Seattle Seahawks approach to the running back position this offseason, which is not also another good part because, again, you don't know when you're exactly going to have that back in tow. With this late in the season, these ACLs will tend to take about a year. Now, the good part here is that you have Holani. I'm not going to say it's a good part. It's the silver lining, I guess we'll say it on that. It's a brutal injury to Zach, who was really coming along strong this season and has run so well. And both him and Walker have been, as you'll see in a second here when we talk about Walker, so very well graded this year by PFF and how they see them running behind this line. And this line just keeps getting better. You're just going to get them more productive because they're already good backs. They already can do the job. It's just about having that success up in front of them so they can do their most. George Holani comes off the IR at just the right time on this one to come back in and then now be able to fill in. And he should be now your number 2 back behind Kenneth Walker. And then I'm guessing that they'll have probably, it seems like Ernest Jones is now the 3rd guy. They like him a lot. So or not like him a lot, just like him a little bit more than Akers and where they're at with the other running back positions. Hololani is a guy that was an undrafted rookie free agent that we pointed to back a couple of years ago, being one of those guys that was really had a chance to make the roster because he had some nice ability. Injuries are a little bit of a thing with him coming from out of college, so he's got to stay healthy, but he will be your number 2 back, and he's got to fill the role because with Charbonnet going down, I don't worry as much about the productivity as far as getting the yards and the rushers. Walker for 2 games can fill that in. If this was Walker for 6, 7 games, having to carry the brunt of that load, that'd be one thing, but 2 games, especially if you win this game, you have a bye, and then you have the second game. So it's not as much of a worry here with Walker on that. The concern comes into 2 places in particular: pass protection and goal line. And pass protection, Walker is still, we'll call it up and down when it comes to his pass pro and how consistent he is at it and how many times sometimes guys can kind of just walk right through him. And then when it comes to the goal line stuff, he's not bad in goal line, but obviously not the biggest back when you're down at the 3-yard line and you just got to punch it in and you just want your running back to dig in behind the offensive lineman and batter ram his way in. That's obviously not really as much Walker's game per se. So not Holani's game either per se. He's another little bit of a smaller kind of back. And so Seattle is going to be missing a little bit of that potentially here in this last 2 games, and we'll see how that does kind of, weigh in on all of this. It'll be interesting to see, but tough to lose Walker. Good to get Holani back and get you a little bit more in the register there to offload some of the balance here as you'd like to do. He's been around the team now for a couple of years. He's going to know this offense throughout the season, so it's not a guy you have signed off the street who's not going to have the details down. But hopefully he is able to come out there and had a touchdown run this year. Did Holani. A nice one at that. Had a couple of nice runs before he got injured in that one last game. So George coming back on into the fray. This game is going to be a very interesting one because DVOA is one of those stats that's one of those advanced analytical stats out there that's really trying presumptively to give you a distilled version down of all the stats, all the games played against the opponents, this measured in for this, that measured in for that. And then what they're trying to come out with that is then collectively kind of a baseline percentage of like, here's your best teams with all of it kind of thrown out of the wash. You don't have to look to this stat or look to that stat. It's all been baked in to the cake, essentially. And I thought this was very interesting on this. By DVOA, the NFC Championship game is essentially the best NFL matchup of the last 47 years, and by a lot. This is only the 7th playoff game between 2 teams over 30% DVOA. That was 2019 Super Bowl with Kansas City and San Francisco, and is the one not on this table. So you can see with this that they've gone back with DVOA and re-looked at these games on these guys or not re-looked at the games, but took the stats and how they kind of put them all together in that. And you can see this is interesting because you got your Seattle Seahawks there at the 2013. Many of you that have been aware of DVOA will know that Hawk defense for like 4 or 5 straight years had the best DVOA in the NFL. And they were synonymous with having a grade A DVOA overall. But as you look at that there, you have 35% being DVOA 1 would be the team to the left column. DVOA 2 would be the team to the right, team 2, essentially in how it's labeled. So Seattle in that Super Bowl was 35.8%, and Denver was 33.5%. Well, as you look to this now game we're going to play this week, the higher the percentage, the more elite the teams. Think of it in that terms. So Seattle's at now 41.2%. Yes, almost a 6 percentage points of being above where the Legion of Boom teams were at. And then the Rams likewise at 39.9%. It speaks to just how elite these teams are. You look at the combination there, just flat blowing a lot of the stuff out the water that's even close as far as the other matchups that had the highest rating teams against each other. And it just goes to show you there's going to be a war this weekend. And it's not likely to be an easy game. And if you're hoping for lack of heart attack, Hawks, sorry, that's not likely to happen. Not likely to happen. Now, this one is one I got to still look into a little bit. We got a little bit of a Torrey Horton sighting, by the way. He posted a little bit of his IG as he was walking in. People intimating a little bit on the back of this that maybe perhaps he would be activated. I think Seattle had only, I think they only had one activations left. Yeah. It looks like Seattle's used up, I believe, with this whole Lonnie activation. No, they had 3 last week. So Horton could also still be a guy coming back into this, I believe, even with the activation of Holani. It's my understanding at this point now you have two remaining. And now you do have Elijah Arroyo that you're thinking about. And then I think you do have Torrey Horton that you're thinking about. And there doesn't seem to be anybody else impending coming off of that they might be looking at. So I'm not saying it's going to happen this week necessarily, but you also never know. Torrey's hinting. He's hinting a little bit, isn't he? Just a little bit. Maybe down a bit. Just saying. Well, one thing that's come on down the line here in this Charbonnet news is that the focus now does shift mightily over to Kenneth Walker, former second round pick, the second running back drafted in that draft, just behind Breece Hall, a guy the Seahawks liked a lot, and a guy that's had a really pretty solid opening start to his career here in Seattle, despite what sometimes the fan narrative has been about him and some of the things that they've kind of picked out in his game at times, rather than recognizing kind of some of the talent that really is there. And I've obviously been a big proponent of Kenneth Walker for a while. I saw him as having a real potential for a breakout type season this year. And I think that would have come really, he would be, I think, rather than just over 1,000 yards. And I think he's got like 300 yards receiving out of the backfield in the regular season. He would have been at probably like 1,400 yards and another, 500 total yards receiving out of the backfield. And it would have been that kind of year, but you kept the load balance in place between him and Charbonnet. And you did so smartly. And Seattle looks kind of brilliant here in retrospect when you look at these two backs and how they used them this year, because not only did you find a way to find usefulness between the two of them, but you found a way with Kenneth Walker to avoid the thing that had been there through a large part of his career here, which is just getting wore down and beat up and injuries in general. You've been able to keep him healthy. And I think a big part of that has been the fact that you've not overused him in these games and ended up with too many games stacked one after the other, where he's looking at 25, 26, 27 touches in his back pocket. Hasn't been the case. And this has also come at the very same time that you brought in the scheme that's on point for the first time, which was not on point for him at any point in time here in his recent history as a running back in here. And then you've also got, of course, the run blocking improving as well with this. Now, the run blocking and scheme go together because this scheme really lends itself well once you get some of the details down blocking wise to now be able to go and take off and go out and have all that success. That's for sure. But it's been the combination of all that, along with a defense, of course, that isn't getting run up and down the field so that, you can actually stay committed to running the ball. But what stood out to me in this last game, and I think many of you also noticed this, and one thing I want to point out on Kenneth Walker and why I've got supreme confidence in what he's about to do here, why I call him kind of Weapon X, why I believe that this is a guy that is, even by some Seahawks fans, or I can understand the average fan not quite understanding, I think, how potentially good this could really be for us this 2 games, but how even Seahawks fans are a little bit like, he's good. He's all right. He's just, sometimes the hole he doesn't pick right. Where's the vision? That's where I'd like to bring it all together on this. You've got those improvements I just spoke about, and then you do have the improvement with him as far as the vision goes. And that the narrative, even as it kept carrying through this year, which was really unfair, I think, by and large part. It's not that the vision was perfect. Vision's not going to be perfect for any back. And then, yes, you can find a play here or there in a game where you go, well, see right there, this turned down. And even as you go back on tape, you might see that. It's not him turning down some 50-yard run. It's him, okay, he went and tried to cut it outside and he grabbed 2 yards instead of the 5 that if he would have just put his head down, he would have gotten. It's more of kind of one of those things than anything else, right? Hopefully my system's okay there. Just had a little bit of a, how you doing there? Okay. We're okay, are we? Yeah. So it's all those coming together. Its vision has gotten better and improved. This system helps him. I think this is one that I thought once he kind of understood it and got it down, it would be really, really well into his wheelhouse, because it takes some of the wide-ranging choices for running back off the board and gets them more specific. Instead of, go this, you can go over here, you do this, and you go over this. It's more of like, boom, boom, boom. One of these three things is what you're going to be doing on this play. You got to pick, and you got to pick it off the read of your leverage. He's gotten so good at it. So you got the combination of the great talent. You got the combination of the inner working things starting to come together now here as far as for these running backs. Like the old analytics say, there's a lot of supporting factors that have to occur for you to get the most out of your running back, more than you going and getting just a star running back per se. And then we have the final point of this being him understanding better on how to run, him going from rudimentary checkers rushing attacks to going to a chest rushing attack, and the time it takes to kind of get that mastered, going from one to the other. It's quite a switch, especially with him going back to his years at Michigan State, where he had a lot of that same sort of ability to freelance all over the place and did so well. It's a superpower of his. But of course, you want to bring it out at collectively specific times. So I'm going to look at a little bit of a couple of these snaps that I want to show to kind of illustrate my point with this a little bit. But first and foremost, I also wanted to show, just as again, the representation of this with what he's done and where he's at. And you don't have to give a lot to PFF necessarily, but understand with Kenneth Walker that all through these years that I'm talking about, Grubb and Waldron, bad offensive line run blocking, sometimes some of the bad defenses when he first came onto the scene, the inability to try to target running outside. I don't know if you guys all remember this, but I remember before we had McDonald in here pointing to a stat that through his first couple of years, he was averaging 5.1 yards per carry outside of the tackles, and he was averaging 3.5 yards inside the tackles. And I joked at that time, I go, what do you think the coaching staff had leaned to at that time as far as the percentages of runs they had him going versus inside versus outside? And it was a 65-35 split. And the 65 was not on the outside runs. It was 35% of the time he was running to the outside through his first couple of years, and you had him going inside 65% of the time. This is part of what led to him getting beat up as well. Because when you get to the outside runs, you can kind of better protect yourself as a running back at times. And when you're inside, you sometimes can't see the hit coming. He was the number one running back this year. Not Bijan Robinson, not Josh Jacobs, not Jahmyr Gibbs, not Kyrie Williams, not DeAndre Swift, not James Cook, not Devon Achane. None of them. He was number one. And Charbonnet, right there in tow behind, right in tow behind at number 3 there. And again, speaking to these guys, how well they perform by the eyes of the analytic folks, judging them on what they had in front of them to get done. This is through the first half of the season where you still had that offensive line run blocking that was still in shaky shape. A rookie Gray Zabel still kind of figuring it out. It was taking some time to get everything kind of figured out. But the number one running back. And now pair this in your mind with the fact he's gone over 1,000 yards. Pair this in your mind with the fact he was busting off big runs out there against the Rams in the last matchup. Pair this in your mind with the 100-yard performance this last week in the playoffs and the 3 touchdowns he was able to go snag. This is going to be, to me, the big X factor to you getting the Super Bowl run now as we emerge from this is, can we maximize Kenneth Walker in these next 2 games? Can you take that difference-making element that's always existed, has come at times as a flame, but never a full fire, and can you stoke that thing? And that's going to be where I think absolutely positively they're in a position to do so. It's obviously easier said than done. It's going to take a bit of a balancing act on this one, because you don't just have, just give it to him, and you're going to have to intermix a little bit of Hololani in this and another running back on that, but he's going to now carry this load. You've got it set up to do so with the potential bye to the Super Bowl if you get through this game. But let's take a look at a few things I want to show from what he did rushing, and just things that stood out to me that I think start to upend a little bit of some of the narratives that surround him and his rushing style. Where he has, I guess people would say problematic or not problematic, I guess you should say, elements of his game that some people don't always believe will get fixed. And the first play that this is going to start out with is going to be, I'm just going to look at a couple collections of showing you guys him getting downhill. So what's the first element of criticism to K9's game. Too tentative, too much dancing, too much looking for the big play, not just taking kind of the 3 yards in the cloud of dust, as I call it. It's the old school term for it. And so what do you got here? Gets right downhill. So it's I'm going to go through this a little slowly. You can see they'd like to get this to the outside zone, right? You'd like to get this on the outside zone. But he reads that Alfred Collins here is gotten completely lost on the block with Bradford. Bradford's pulling the chair out from under him. 75, see that? Pulling the chair out. And you see he's got that hole. This is just the kind of place where last couple of years, if I stopped this play like this for you folks, you'd be like, why is he just stretching this all the way out to the outside zone? And I know you can't really see it, but if you look outside of Barner's right shoulder there, there's a Niner player outside of Barner's shoulder. You can just barely see into the shot just a little bit there. So that guy's going to cut my path off there. I'd have to get in behind Saubert essentially and tuck in there. There's still 2-for-1 defenders there. Essentially what's happened here is Kendricks has already started to over pursue. And Walker reads that along with the leverage of what's going on with Bradford up front. Turn up field, not a fancy run. Just go get your 4 or 5 yards. This is the kind of play that would have been a little bit of an issue back prior. Not saying that these are the games that are going to be so important. The positive gains, the lack of negative yards. To Walker's point on all the improvements, and the spot that's got to show up this week is he's got to embrace that part as well. And he has. He's done a very good job with it. Much improved. But it's going to be a centerpiece here of putting your foot in the dirt, getting downhill when the time's right. Sometimes patience too, which I'm going to show you as well. But when the thing does develop, that hole does develop, that you trust into it, take it and go. So let's go to another play here. Another outside zone run here. Hell of a job by Gray's-Able first. That's called a reach block, folks. So when you see the guy in front of him, you know, you typically in certain schemes go, well, he's got to block that essentially one tech right in front of him. No, he's got to get out there to the edge. It's not an easy block. And why you do that is you want to get the numbers games going out front. You want an extra guy getting out in front. Be able to create that full crease there, right? Zabel lands it well. How about Kite out there, by the way? Amari Kite. Look at that. Look at him getting the job done out there filling in for Cross. Huh? Not bad, kiddo. All right. So gets out here. Opposite of before. Kendricks is now inside. It's an outside zone run like the last one, but read it true. Stay with it. Since he's sucked inside being Kendricks, the inside linebacker, just take it to the outside, put the pedal down, and get out there as quick as you can. No wasted motion, fights off the tackler, and he breaks this tackle because he gets to the hole on time. See that? If he's a step late on this, it's a tackle. Timing, right? Zabel's got no opportunity with this kind of block to really get a lot of movement. That's a lot to ask the guy to climb up onto the reach block and then send the guy down like a tackle sled down the field. Not easy. It's more of a get in front of him, wall him off, and as much as you can. And Zabel doesn't do too bad of a job here because it's usually just you're only got to get it for this long, and the back will be by you ideally. And the ideal here, of course, works out in practice. It's a timing block situation, but it's also heavily reliant now on the running back getting his foot down and going. Finishes the run off nicely there. Not a fancy run. These aren't big time. He had other bigger runs in this game, right? For sure. But these are the kind of runs where I think there was criticism before about him not always in these moments just doing what he's supposed to be doing. Again, decisiveness here to me. Decisiveness on this run. Just finds the cutback lane there. You can see you get Sundell here blown up a little bit. I think ideally they wanted this to go over that side there. Takes it, cuts it right back inside, finds the hole. This is where Walker can flash vision. Maybe I think the criticism are okay with that stuff. I'm not saying they're out of pocket or anything, but this is where there is a little nuance there too, as well to it. Nice job by Cooper Kupp, by the way. Cooper was blocking like a dog in this game. Gosh, he was good. Not a bad run. Again, just love the decisiveness and get downhill. Sometimes the elements that we don't get with Walker. Would a younger Walker try to take this and wind this a little bit?
Feels the outside leverage there with a crackback block. You can see gets lost a little bit there by Saubert. Oh, crackback's lost. See just look at this snapshot. You got the edge of the crackback lost. You got Sundell losing his block off 99. And then just Walker go find that lane. Be fast and go find the lane. Positive plays, third and shorts. It's going to be a big deal this week. It's going to be something that can't be undersold this week. Pistol look formation, play action fake, downhill, run the guy over, go get yourself 4. No dancing, one sidestep, get downhill. All he does, I'm going to sidestep that little bit of penetration that we get back there. You can see, boy, Lucas and Bradford just don't get the push there with the double team they want. Essentially, I think kind of run like duo here. So you see you got 2 guys blocking in the interior of the offensive line there. Just trying to get that push and then have those guys climb as they can. And of course, as Bradford goes to climb, Lucas loses the block. So he's got to sidestep it and get downhill. So downhill running, obviously hammering this note, but you saw it all over in this game, including on one of his touchdown runs here. I mean, just no Walker hesitation here. He senses he gets just a wonderful block. That blocking coming forward, like I said, was a big part of what's caused this improvement too. It's kind of all working in succession. So again here, just Saubert first, arm, make sure Sable's got his man in the proper position. He's done. Now you got to get down to the linebacker. Done. Barner. And remember walking into this game, folks, I was a little bit in that place of, I don't know if I really want to activate Elijah Arroyo right now. I kind of like having Barner and Saubert out on the edges and what they're doing. They're putting in work out there. And you saw it in this game. Saw it in that Shaheed run that he had. But you also feel it on this play. Where look at that crease Walker's looking at after he's got the handoff. Yeah, he gets downhill great. But your guys on the edge just block this up sensationally. Nice big gap. Shaheed gets his job done on Lenore. All that barking Lenore, and that's the effort you're going to give in the run game? Okay. But Walker gets downhill as well. No hesitation from our guy, which I love seeing. There was some times, too, where within this you've got to read leverage. And just a few things where, again, this has been maybe some of the places that have not always been the best with Walker. For instance, this would have been a place where I think Pryor maybe just tries to, maybe tuck it in. Here, I think it's these outside zone runs. Sometimes it's the patience behind the blocks. Let them set up, get a feel for them, and see if something opens up. Something doesn't necessarily open up here, but I still think this was the right. He kept this to the right read with his patience on this play. He didn't start getting jumpy and or stop his feet. He's keeping the progress all times. Sometimes within the scheme, the blocks can kind of set up a little bit. You can play off the leverage of the defenders. And something will kind of just open up just a little bit that didn't seem like it was there just but a second ago. Another one here with the leverage read. Another one where he winds it back around here like we saw in the previous run. So you get the handoff. What's your leverage read here? You get the handoff, go slow motion with it. Well, we got 53 sitting in the hole, don't we? You got 53 sitting in the hole. So this is one of those beautiful cutbacks because 53 is in the hole. The edge is setting it wide there, isn't he? Now, could he maybe try to squeeze himself in behind Kite and Sundell there? Man, that's a little tight in there. There ain't much of a hole. Pulls us right back around. Look at that run. That's just great. Just feels it, goes. It's still utilizing Walker's quickness, sharp cuts, things where he can get laterally faster than any player on the field. It's using that still, but instead of it being 3 steps, right, it's more of, hey, just take the 1 step and go. Just sidestep this, then get back up the field. And you've seen it on a couple of these runs, but reads the leverage really quick here and then just goes. Combination of downhill, but also really smartly reading his leverage there. Again, a place that I think in the past sometimes would have been a little bit of maybe an issue. at times. Again, here, reversing the field, just field the over pursuit. So before we get to the run itself, I want you to just like kind of feel what the Niners are doing, especially the linebackers here. See that? Can you kind of feel that? How everything moving in conjunction, they're going too far to the play. They're not maintaining their gap. Rather than mirroring Walker, you got them taking multiple steps over there. Like he's still kind of going straight up and down to the line of scrimmage, but they're all going to that spot. That leads me to believe that this play was kind of set up for this to be just like what this is. If you see two, you don't even block Lenore here. So if this was a play that was supposed to go out to the edge, you were just going to leave Lenore freed up off that edge. But everybody climbs inside. Cooper Kupp, really good block on an edge. Again, Cooper put in work. That's Kupp on an edge there. He's not going to move him, but if you stay in front of a guy like that, you put your body in front of him, you don't give him a path to the ball carrier, and he over pursues as well. Does that backside edge. Backside edge, everybody for the Niners completely bought in on the run game going this way. Walker feels it right here. You can feel it too as you kind of go in that slide, can't you? As you kind of start to feel that Niner team, like, yeah, that cutback's there. But you got to hit it immediately. He can't shuffle his feet, can't stutter step here. He's got to put his foot in the dirt, boom, and then cut. Because if you take any little extra time in the NFL, they're just that fast. They will be on top of you. Gets it back across the grain, breaks the tackle at the end, touchdown. Wonderful run. Wonderful run. Just a great day from Walker. Even some points here. Again, patience to the hole. This is where let the block set up. Get it? It's not there. Got a little penetration. Find an angle around and go. This is where you could maybe get nitpicky to me if you wanted to say, here, cut this up. You wanted to go out there and say, but I think the guy, you can sense the guy on Lucas is getting sent leverage-wise. If you look at Lucas here, he's losing ground left. And then that also means he's got to trust Bradford, right? Like if you're in that position, are you trusting Bradford? Don't lie to me. Don't you lie to me. Like a Bradford. Bradford just out there hooking. That's how bad Bradford missed in space. So I can't blame Walker on this one for taking it wide, but does get it wide. Lets things kind of set up, find the hole, then get downhill. Good patience. Not a big run, but not a lot of negative runs on the books, if any, on this day from Walker. Oh, last one here. One more here. Again here too. I think before, I just always felt like on some of the runs where I think he got, people kind of would get after him a little bit, be that you'd get these feeling on these runs of like, there'd be that extra bounce. There'd be that extra time he's taking to kind of figure it out. It isn't just this decisiveness like this where there's patience here, but then when he makes his decision, now you go. Just feel his pace here off the rip. Give it, okay, go now. Don't go 100 miles an hour off the rip. Let this set up a bit. Give it a second. Trust your blocks. As you can see here, guys working off leverage. So first, a beautiful double team by Saubert and Barner off the edge. Cooper Kupp. I'm trying to pin him on the block. So Kupp, you see him on the side of the shoulder there. He's not trying to push him upfield. I'm trying to slide him inside. So Barner, the timing. Barner, Saubert, boom. Cooper Kupp, boom. Barner, Saubert, boom. Cooper Kupp, boom. Right at the same time. That's how you want this to be hit. So that blocking coming together with the vision of the back at the same time. Not just guys mauling guys necessarily in space, but those two elements kind of working together as much as anything. Lucas, see again where he's turned. See how Lucas isn't trying to heads up the guy. He's just trying to attack that shoulder and get him back inside. Bradford, look at him. I'm trying to stay in front of him, in between him and ball carrier. I'm not really trying to push you down the football field, just get you kind of contained. But then watch the timing of it all sync up there. And then you even get Saubert down on the second level. So Saubert's able to help clear the edge. boom, and then he comes down and is able to get down on Ricardo Green. Tell me that isn't just, I mean, I love the potential of Elijah Arroyo. I just really like this combination of blocking between these two guys. They're monsters as run blockers. Look, even Jalen Sundell down there doing work, by the way, climbing up on Kendricks, staying tight. A lot of good things going on in this run play, but Walker as well. Little bit of pace. Now go. Little bit of pace. Now go. Love it, love it, love it. I know, again, I've been a big proponent of Walker for a long period of time, and I think rightfully so. I think he's going to be well paid this offseason. I think he's got an opportunity right now to just keep increasing that payday all the more if he can go out here and ball out in these next two games especially. But he will be an X factor within this game. First game against the Los Angeles Rams, you didn't do as good a job, in my opinion, of staying committed to running the ball. There was times you get a little too pass happy, a little bit too much pushing the ball down the field. Second matchup, did a little bit better a job, especially into that second half. Walker really got going. I think there's a lot of room to go at, though, with this Rams team. And I'll give you a reason here in a second, as we're going to go and look at a couple of the early keys here in this game. But I really think he's going to be a big factor here in these, hopefully, next two games for the Seattle Seahawks. Because I think he's ready to roll. I think he's fresh. The system's right. I think he's cleaned up the things in his game. And it wasn't like there's a lot of bad things there within it, but he cleaned up some things in his games that can really help him at this time really take off. And with this Rams team coming in and some of the snaps that they've had, something I'll show you here in a second too, it's you do wonder a little bit about freshness versus not being a little less fresh, but we'll see on that when it comes down to how the game plays out. Want to take a look, if we can, at some early keys here. I'm going to do a couple of bonus shows this week for you folks. We're going to do a show looking at first how the Seahawks can handcuff Stafford. We did this a couple of weeks ago with Brock Purdy. I thought it was a lot of fun to kind of try to break that down a little bit. We're going to do that hopefully on Friday or Saturday. We're kind of trying to figure out the schedule here right now exactly. But as well, we're going to be looking at how the offense can go out there and find some success and look a little bit at what they could do to kind of soar in this game. So we'll try to do a couple of separate quick shows in and out this week as well. So if a couple of these shows go quick like today, it might not be as long as I know. It won't be as long. It won't be long today, but we're going to be looking at that this week a little bit as regards. But today, right now, I just want to look at a couple of 5 opening keys as I look at this game and we begin to try to unpack the particulars of it and what it'll take for Hawks to go get the win and what have got to be at the head of the most important items on the list in consideration of that. And I want to put these kind of 5 things as I just initially look at this game going, okay, these things are where, we've got to be, mindful of it, or where there's just a very, very, very important key to the game itself from them. First off, and this is something that McDonald's been doing a good job of. He's talked a lot about, he's used this term itself. So I'd have really no worries that this is going to occur. With that said, 2 weeks ago, he did not let the game declare itself. And that's, of course, the San Francisco 49er game where I don't think it was all just about the game not declaring itself. I think some of it was McDonald also liking the idea of putting the Niners on a really long field if you didn't get that touchdown at that point in that moment. But I think in this game, I don't know if you can play it in a similar fashion. And I think that you've got to take the points to me. You look throughout this playoffs, and man, no bigger example of this than that Bears game, a team where the Chicago Bears, the old adage was, you take the points at home. Maybe on the road, you're trying to be aggressive, but at home, you take the points. And there's a reason the old adages are kind of true. And there's a reason they're used, so much throughout so many years of football, is that they kind of prove to be true. And the Bears absolutely gave you that example last week to say, hey, look, there's 9 points they left off the board in that game. 9 points because they decided they had to go for it. And they did so in those moments because they didn't wait for the game to declare itself. Because Ben Johnson walked in and he decided this thing was going to be a high shootout game. This is going to be one where we're going to need all the points in the world here to beat this Rams team. He had decided that beforehand. And in the NFL, every game plays out differently, especially playoff football. Every game, it might have an offensive show. You might have 2 high-powered offenses and think, oh, what's what we're going to get? And you get the opposite, and vice versa. It's that in the playoffs, with weather conditions, the different things that play, elements-wise, injuries, all these things that factor in, it can kind of make things to where you think you got a predictive model to something and it doesn't quite play to the predictive model. And so you got to then kind of have that feel out early on in the game and go, okay, what's going on? Where are we at? How's this one rolling right now? And then you start to make those decisions about, the going forward at those times of the game where you now know where things are more at. For instance, you have a day where your defense is rocking and kicking ass. Now you can rely on that a little bit. And I think McDonald does a good job of this. I don't think that he's got a problem with this. I don't think this is going to be an issue, but I think it's going to be important that we don't look back on this game and be like, well, we turned down the points there and there and there, and boy, that came back and bit us on the ass when we got back around to the fourth quarter. Take the points early on, keep the pressure down. Scoring drives are good. Yes, we need touchdowns here, but I would say scoring drives are good. And staying out of those, 4th and goal situations, especially like we saw a couple of weeks ago where you're trying to run like a pick play on a 4th and goal. Like, no, let's not. Let's just take 3 points instead of that, please. Special teams rev the engine hot. And so what I mean by this is one of those, this is the horse you rode in on. You've got the best special teams unit in all of football. Every game where we've been able to have a matchup where you have us as the best special teams unit in football playing up against a bottom of the barrel special teams unit in football, we've been able to see the difference in those games. You think back to the Rams matchup the first time with Shaheed, or you think to the Atlanta Falcon game where, you definitely had an inroads there where you were much better. Those were obviously like sparkling points of you getting a touchdown, like, worst case scenario for a special teams unit to give up a touchdown or best case to get one. But I think this is one week where you got to continue to lean in that. Last week on their kickoff return, you let the up man come right in at Shaheed there. And you went and said, all right, we're going to let him come up so we get the blocks isolated here to the front side, and hopefully we can really spring it. And you're able to pull it off. And Jay's brought in a lot of those flourishes this year. And I say, why not do it again within this game? I think that some of this is going to be driven by the fear Rams are going to have in this, and that they're going to acknowledge this coming in. They know what you did to them last time with the kick return. So you're going to get the benefit of this already off just the fact the Rams are going to walk in this, for instance, probably kicking every kickoff into the end zone. But if they don't, use your tricks. And I would say this would be a week where, like, fake punt. Haven't done a fake punt all year. You're going to have a Rams team sitting there fully calibrating themselves for, like, okay, the up man's over there. Okay, this guy's up there. We got to make sure that, they're not just dominating us on this, and they're going to just be thinking all about the return, I would estimate a little bit. You bring out like a fake punt return at a game like this. You bring out a little bit of the not sub trickery, not full trickery, let's say. Maybe not the worst of games, especially if the game has declared itself at that point of being a little bit more of an offensive necessity type game. Scoring's going to be a little bit more if it does go a little bit like that. I'm not saying it will, but if it did, you could kind of, roll that way. But this is a big difference in this game. There's no bigger difference between these two teams as far as one unit to the other. This is the Rams' big main vulnerability, I would say, and a place that the Seahawks should be able to take advantage of and look to take advantage of. One fun part about this game and one cool part about the Seattle Seahawks defense versus the Rams that you're going to get to see this week and really stood out of the tape the last time that these two teams matched up is both of these teams run light boxes, but the Seattle Seahawks run their light box out of nickel. The Rams run their light box out of base. So with the Rams, when you see the Seattle Seahawks out there in 2 tight end looks, they're going to be out there in a 3-4. You will, being the Rams defense, to counter that. 5 men on the line of scrimmage, essentially. What you'll get with the Seahawks defense is you're going to get the nickel look, even when the Rams run 13 personnel, which is not 1 tight end, not 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends. Seahawks will still run, by and large, their 12. Well, by and large, will just run their nickel looks, and they'll trust their front 4 guys to get it done. It was wild to watch at times watching the all-22 before, where you're behind the end zone shot, right, and you're looking at the defensive linemen. You're looking at Seattle with all of their defensive linemen spread out, and there's so few bodies, and there's so many big bodies for the Rams down there to run block. And then you were still doing a good job for the most part of stopping the run. And then you watch the Rams side, and they've got everybody up on that line of scrimmage. And sometimes they're even bringing the guy down in the line of scrimmage, being the safety to help out here and there. So, whoever can do better with their light box and whatever way you run it. And is this a game where Seattle thinks a little bit more about running a little bit more of their, base packages at times, 3-4 looks themselves. Maybe they have not so far. They're trusting, of course, week in and week out in that nickel, but it would be a way that maybe you could hit the Rams with a curveball that you haven't shown very often throughout this year, potentially. But who can defend their light box better, essentially? These are two teams that don't tend to want to live in stack box fronts, or they don't want to live in a heavy amount of blitzing. They want to catch you off guard with the blitzing here and there, where you just think you get in that habit of just thinking it's not coming, it's not coming, it's not coming. Oh, it's on me. They want to get you like that. Turnovers are the skeleton key for the youngsters out there. A skeleton key is one of those keys that can open a lock in every building, open every door in every building. If you ever went to school, the janitor always had a skeleton key. If you need a lock or closing door, he could. And so when you look at the turnovers in this game, the Seattle Seahawks, 4 interceptions in the first matchup against the Rams, yet still came down to a kick. The last matchup, you had the 2 interceptions by Sam, and yet you were able to go get the win at the end by 1 point. So we're on the road. We're chopping them in half. And so by that measure, you winning the turnover battle here in this game, if you can do that, you're going to get the win. You've almost gotten the win losing it mightily, 0-6 essentially in how it's gone here prior. If you get the win on the turnover battle, I think you get the win in this game. There's certainly plenty of ways to still for the Rams to get it other than that, but I just feel like with our way our team's winning, if they can play that kind of clean game, and that the opponent on the other side gives it up to us on a point, that to me could be just enough to swing it, especially in a game like this where it's probably likely to be very close. Teams are separated by like 1 point in their first 2 matchups within that. But turnovers, and this is not just on Sam and the decision-making, this also goes back to the running backs and Holani in there. You have got to protect the ball. Fighting for extra yards is good and doing all that, but keeping that ball cemented. Landman's a really good guy punching the ball out. They're going to be ripping. They're going to be tearing. Teams are going to be trying to go forward more than ever right now in the playoffs, and you've got to protect against it all the way around. And Sam as well with the decision-making. He's got to use his legs this week if it comes down to moments and times where he's unsure on some of these throws. Okay, use your legs. Go out there and run it a little bit. When that will be opened up for you to do in this game at times here and there as an answer, and hopefully he will do so. I don't think he had to last week because of just the 17 attempts, and he had some places he could go to with throwing the football at times into that secondary. But this week, this secondary, this defense, I think there's going to be some moments where he's going to have to choose that other than, let's say, trying to throw a tough ball into a tight space late into the play, which is not a remedy for success. Last item here, and this one is one that I just think the Seahawks were so smart to avoid last time. It made a lot of sense, of course, on the surface of it, being that you went for the 2-point conversion with about 3 minutes and 20 seconds or something to go in the football game in overtime, and you win for the 2-point conversion because you did not want to let Stafford have the ball back again. And it was also partly because you knew if it ended in a tie, you kick the extra point, game ends in a tie, that's just going to open up the Rams could just try to run the ball out at the end of that game anyway, and not even try to really go for it, just to try to keep the ball away from your offense because a tie for them is like a win. So McDonald recognized that, but this won't be a game where that's going to be as much something that's going to be at play here where, hey, a tie is actually great for the Rams, or of course there can't be no tie. And it's going to have to be a game about, to me at times, where if this comes down to it, I don't want to be putting Stafford with the ball in his hands at the end of the game. You want to find the way, if you can avoid it. Maybe you can't avoid it. It's just something that happens, and that's just the way it rolls, and your defense has got to stand tall, and so be it if that's the way it's got to go. But if you got a moment like that in that game where you can go and sort of take the game, go take the chance to go get the Super Bowl, go win the game rather than trying not to lose it, I got no problem with them being aggressive in that moment to avoid that very thing. Because we've seen enough of these kind of quarterbacks like a Stafford, like a Brady back in the Super Bowl when we had the lead in the fourth quarter. Give those great quarterbacks that ball that last time, they're going to usually have a lot of answers they can throw at you. And even a great defense just may not have enough to what they can do to hold them back on that way. Those are my keys there. Initial keys on the game. Got some real intricate keys we're going to look at when it comes to offense, defense this week when we do each show, looking at what we've got to do to set up to attack this team. But let's get on to a couple of our segments here if we can. And I'm going to load up something here real quick. Couple things loaded up here. Actually, let's get to a couple donations here. I'm a little slow on this. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation. If Kubiak leaves with the departure of the Sean McDermott, do you think Joe Brady would be a good hiring for a OC if available? I would not be as much in favor of Joe Brady. A lot of what he's done there with Buffalo has been a bit centered around, for my money, too much shotgun, too much RPO type of stuff. All of that basically gets taken out of his playbook coming here because you're not going to ask Sam to do that. I'd want more pure under center acolyte kind of Shanahan guy, or at least a West Coast system that comes from something like that before I would want to go that route with it. So I'm not all that, like Joe's a good coordinator, but as well, it's one of those things too where you don't, to me, want to necessarily be like going after deciding a guy's a great coordinator necessarily who's got a great hold on one second, folks. Right back. Sorry about that. So yeah, I'm not super in on Joe Brady myself because I think you're going to have to do too much kind of changing around some things versus just keeping the car going at the speed so we can keep picking speed up into next year if Kubiak does go. So yeah, no, I wouldn't be too big on Joe Brady myself. He does fit, at least, when it comes down to bottom line of what I do want is an OC that's called plays before. I don't want to go for an unknown with this team. And so to that point, he checks a box there, and I'm not going to scream or shout if you hired him, but in general terms, just he doesn't do a lot for me, Mumbles. Kind of wonder too, is like you get the guys that got the great quarterbacks, and it's like, is it the offensive mind, or is it you've got a Superman at the position that's helping, make you look pretty good? And I think he's done a good job, Joe Brady, but I mean, some of there is a big part of it that's Josh in there too. And then you also got balance and go, yeah, but he also didn't have his receivers. And so it gets complicated a little bit there. But I don't know. GRD Sensei, thank you for the $5 donation. He says the GOAT, Hololani. I added an extra Olo. Holani has returned. George has returned. And played pretty well for us. And that before he went down, he was looking good. That touchdown run was not too shabby. Just saying. Yeah, they don't even have him ranked on the running back list. He doesn't have enough snaps. But he ran pretty good. And I liked him coming out of Boise State. He's got really nice, quick feet. He does a really good job of those ankle tackles when guys try to drive down by his ankles, of keeping his feet up and being able to pull, still maintain his balance and good contact balance. And again, not the biggest guy, but he's got a variety of different, little skills that are kind of nice. What do you have here? So we got him at, oh wow. Yeah. He had 22 carries this year. I think he had some garbage time in there as well, but yeah, he's got the one touchdown. He was good out of Boise, a couple 1,000-yard seasons. Let's go back. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Holani, and a hype video dropped today. I'm ready for war. I think we're all ready for this. It's, this is the matchup everyone knew was probably coming down the line for quite a bit of time. And we're set for it here. The crowd showed last week to me that they're ready to go, that they know what time it is. I know this fan base is ready for this. The players absolutely are locked in as much as you could ask for them to be, Kyle. And these are as good a conditions as you can ask for to be able to progress on. It's a hell of a tough matchup. That's the part about it that's nothing to shake a stick at here, is that, as I showed with that DVOA, this is a team coming in the Rams that's, legitimately really good across the board everywhere, basically, but their special teams unit. So it's going to be a war. It's going to be a fight. You got to stay toe to toe for 4 quarters. And hopefully that crowd can have an effect. Hopefully a little bit of the Panthers and maybe potentially being a little bit, a little tired, maybe coming off this just a tiny bit with what they've had to go through on their schedule on the road and playing the extra snaps they did last week as they had to. But let's go, man. Yeah, I saw a couple of the hype videos today. Hawk fans getting it done. I'm loving it, man. It's awesome. Getting me ready to run through a wall too. Lord Disciple, thank you for the $2 donation. Do you think we dial up more pressure this week? I don't. The reason being is just that Stafford will just punish you with the blitz. He really will. It's these quarterbacks, when they're this far into their career, they've seen every blitz coming. They can look for all the little tiny keys that no average fan could see on TV. They can catch, and that you can't do it. There's going to be a couple of things I'm going to go through on probably on Friday's show, Lord Disciple. A couple of individual points that they'll be to this trek, though, because one of the things that I think you have to deal with Stafford is going to be what I call the quick snaps. They break the huddle, they get up the line of scrimmage. He tries to snap the ball fast. And oftentimes when you have a defense that wants to read what the alignment is of the offense, they're over there doing all their hand signals and trying to go through all those machinations. And here's the snap while they're in the middle of it. And they don't have their communication cleared out at that point. And that's really a technique he utilizes to try to take that away from the defense at times, on top of just keeping them off guard with the snap count in general, on top of that. I think the Panthers did a really good job of when he would do that, they would counter that with Dennis Allen with what I call shock blitzes. And that is that, maybe we'll have a will linebacker and he's coming out there and the communication's about to start. We don't get the communication in. They do the quick snap and then we go, okay, F it. We're going to just blitz him then. And then you send a guy, because what happens with the quick snap is that, yes, you're keeping us from getting our communication on the back end, but you're also keeping your offensive line and the protections called that they had in place when they walked up the line of scrimmage. And so if there's no protection called for a blitzer, and if the blitzer's not shown his hand, why would they? So then you can just send that guy, and there's a really good chance he's going to get a free run then at the quarterback when he does go. So Panthers did a really good job of doing that in particular, Lord Disciple. The second other time I might be open to using it is when they try to run hurry up, and that just have that they're trying to run hurry up to see if they can keep you into a simplistic call. Go at it with a complicated call. And I think they did this in the first game of going at him with a couple of blitzes off the back of the second play coming in off that up tempo. Like, oh, okay. And same thing is proven true that they're just trying to call their play. They're probably not going to get in their protections. And again, it's a shock blitz where you don't show your hand. That's the key on the blitzes of Stafford. It's got to be shock blitz where you don't show the hand, because if you show it, he's going to get the protection called, and then he's going to have the answer for where he's going to throw to post snap. It's also one of the keys that we'll have talking about this week, Lord Disciple, is that if you as a defense have a blitz called and you happen to try to hide it, disguise it, but you show your hand and you know he's caught you, you cancel that S out, and you go to a base call design at that point. The defense to me would be very smart in this game of recognizing moments of, oh, Matt caught us, because you can sense when he catches you, and it's like, all right, I got you. Okay, now let's call it off, call the dogs off, fall back in, because he's going to get us on this one if we aren't careful. Still dreaming. Thank you for the $5 donation. Still dreaming. B, I'm liking your analysis. Watch it from New York the last 5 years. Don't often catch your shows. Stopping Puka and getting K9 going are the keys. Pretty obvious. Amen. And thank you, Still Dreaming. Appreciate that. Hopefully you're doing well out there in New York. But the K9's definitely the big part, as you saw at the top of the show today, that I think that him getting 25 touches in this game would be sensational as just a general goal offensively speaking. And that's both utilizing him as running back and in the backfield. I think he's really due to be able to really cook in these last 2 games in a major way with where he's at health-wise and how they protect him this year, and then also where the offensive line and system and scheme is at right now in its progress. And then when it comes to Puka, Puka Nacua is going to need a plan. And I'm going to have a Stark plan I'm going to put together on Friday as part of that offense, but that's one of the keys is a plan for Puka. Not we're going to just run our defense, which this defense has a tendency to do so. And I give them credit that they've been able to say, look, doesn't matter what you've got over there. We're not going to do the extra concentration game. We're going to play our defense as we play our defense. But I think with Puka in particular, the fact that Stafford's going to target him to a hyper amount to such a degree, there's got to be some other kind of plan in place than we're just going to drop in a zone and let the Rams attack our linebackers with him in coverage and let him attack into space and coverage where we don't have zone defenders. That just can't be the plan. I know man coverage is the one people often go to, and I'm sorry, but just I watched the last two games again over the last few days, looking at the first two Rams games. And again, when you're giving Puka the hardest time of finding completions and catches, are when you're running man coverage, press man coverage, off man coverage. That is when he's okay, you're having a chance with him, and he is slaughtering you when you try to run zone on him, and it's. Doesn't just stand out with our team, it stands out across the sport. And I know with Stafford, you want to run necessarily maybe a lot of man, I suppose, I guess. I'd say we've got the players to do this, though. I trust Devin in man. I trust Woolen in man. I trust Eamon in man. But it's also Seattle's more of a zone-based defense, so I get that they want to live with who they are. But you can't just, as we saw in the last matchup, we're just dropping his zone and just he'll just in our spots and he's going to do what he's going to do. It's like, no, he'll eat you up if you let him do that. So got to have a plan for Puka, man, because the Rams are going to hyper target him no matter what. He's getting 13, 14 touches in this game. And if 14 passes are coming this way, and it's going to be a game where Stafford's likely to try to be, from a Ram perspective, to be into more of like about a 30 passing attempts at the most kind of place. Okay, half the target share is going to this guy. What are you going to do with that? How do you counter into that? How do you accommodate to that? And easier said than done stuff. Just last game, didn't feel like we had much of any kind of thought to that, right? We just sort of ran our stuff and we were like, we're badasses. We're going to run it. And we'll restrict him enough. And that didn't work. So time for new tactics, so to speak. Time for a few new tactics. All right. Thank you for the donations, y'all. You're very kind as ever on that. I appreciate you. Let's get ourselves on over to the segments here on the weekly roundup and take a look at the PFFs. Alrighty. Some fun scores here this week. I'll tell you what, you guys are going to like these. First off, Kenneth Walker. I showed you on the PFF chart. He was the number one rated back by PFF in the sport throughout the course of the year. You can also see right here, again, 90 grade on this one. And just funny enough on this, I know people are with the PFF stuff. This is just a little bit of, again, I always pair the tape with the grade, right, when I can. So it's as infrequently as I can just measure a grade. We will sometimes shorthand it that way, but a lot of times try to pair to the film what we're seeing with the grade to say, well, here's how it marries up. Showed you a variety of different clips with that. You can see Kenneth Walker in this game, 90.6 grade. So what was he during the regular season? 90.7. What was he in this game? 90.6. Yeah, you got the 3 touchdowns rushing. Yeah, you got over 100 yards. But I'm pointing to the fundamentals of how he played in his smart decision making at the running back position, how well he ran, how well he broke tackles, how well he maximized each and every play, which is basically what these grades, boil down to when you're really trying to look at it. And so the grade continues to be consistent with what we saw in the regular season. I always say playoff football is a different brand of football, but what you were in the regular season does carry over to what you are in the postseason. Him breaking out now, very cool, but just an extension of what was occurring already in the regular season. Abraham Lucas, boy, just another John Schneider special here from the 3rd round selection, a man that I had a 1st round grade on the year you made him a 3rd round selection. Loved this guy, loved his tape coming out, and he has really, really come to life this season, having the best year of his career. And then when you need him in the playoffs, look at how big he steps up there, huh? Cooper Kupp, another man just unbelievable in what he did out there in this game, leading you with catches. He was a monster as a blocker as well. They've only got him at a 62 run blocking grade. He was much better than that in this game. And he had some big impact blocks in the run blocking game. I mean, you ask this guy to take on a defensive end, most time with any receiver, they're going to get thrown away instantaneously. Like they'll just grab him with one hand and chuck him. To stand in front and stay in front of that guy for 1,000, 2,000, 3, and then your running back's out the back door. Pretty amazing. Cooper Kupp, What a phenomenal addition he's been. And as I said, as a guy that, you don't not wash, just he'll be there when you need him. And these kind of games like this where coverages are starting to slide to Jackson, teams are getting more premeditatedly like looking at Jackson going, we are going to neutralize you. More openings out there for some of these other receivers at that point, because you'll have doubles go to Jackson and then you'll see an off coverage to other guys, a Rashid or a Cooper Kupp, because there isn't that help then over the top for those guys. So much more likely than that other coverage is going to be dropping to like cover 3 or dropping to some depth to protect against deep balls over the top. But Cooper Kupp, great game. Amari Knight filled in 17 snaps in there for Charles Cross, precautionary. Looks like the kid's quite a run blocker. Didn't hold up as well as a pass blocker in this one, but still coming out there in a game like this in the playoffs, you're down to your third string left tackle, essentially. Pretty cool that he was able to go out there and do what he did. Gray Zabel, 80.4 grade. How about the rookie Gray? I think he's coming off too as well. His highest graded game of the season in the final game of the year against the Niners. Continue that on forward here. Olawatimi out for 6 snaps. AJ Barner, solid. Cross, solid in what he did out there for 36 snaps. So he seems to be okay, at least good enough to play, top end left tackle, play for the most part, it seems like. We'll see against this week against Jared Verse. Bigger challenge en route. Eric Saubert as well. Look at Saubert with the 89.5 run blocking grade. I mean, just a monster in the run blocking area of things. On the bottom side of it, Robbie Oots only got 10 snaps in this game. Did pretty good as a run blocker. Had that one, I guess they're giving him a drop for that one pass out in the flat, whatever there. Velas Jones shows here a little bit why probably really good. George Trelawney's coming back. Needing some of that. Anthony Bradford down there at 59, a little on the low side, but hey, that's not the god awful grades. They're like 35, they get in the 40. That's where you're like avert your eyes. But you had a couple bad blocks in there. You had a couple good ones in there. It's a mixed Bradford day, but aren't they all? Ernest Jones is going to be our underrated hero of the week here. We'll be showing a couple cuts up of what he pulled off, and especially it's what he did in coverage. Yes, he had the interception, but this is going to be a big factor playing into this week. Of course, he almost had an interception in the last game the Seahawks played the Rams. It was overturned. Probably the right call. Maybe. Probably not. Should have been a pick. But that being said, he posted a tremendous coverage grade in this game. Highest graded player for your defense, underrated hero out there and what he was doing. And hopefully that coverage stuff can carry over this week because that's where the Rams will definitely challenge you at times. Devin Witherspoon also coming in with a 90.2 grade, your highest graded corner in pro football. So you had the highest graded running back and the highest graded corner by PFF this year. Devin is absolutely taken to the outside corner, and he is flying at that position right now. Great to see. Drake Thomas, 88.4. What about the day Drake had, huh? And just pretty great all the way around. Just coverage, tackling, how he defended the run. Tyrese Knight came in for nice snaps and played pretty well. The Marcus Lawrence was his typical impactful self off the edge on his 28 snaps. And take note, if you can, folks, for a second, of the snaps from the defensive players in this game. Jaron Reed at 27. You've got Leonard Williams at 36. Okay. You might be going, well, why are you asking me to look at their snaps? Just if you can, just take note of those snaps and what you're seeing as far as how, keeping in mind Seattle coming off of a bye, keeping in mind Seattle then coming off of a position of where they're able to kind of rest guys in that last game of the season as you had that game pretty well in tow. Because I'm going to get back to that in just a second here. On the bottom side of it, Uchenna Nwosu, a little bit of a struggle for Uchenna on the grades functions, and we've seen this also with a little bit of the lack of pass rush productivity. I think he's playing really hard, and he does flash here and there at times on tape, but the grade does fit a little bit to a lack of, I think, edge impact he's bringing on that side at times. Byron Murphy had a much better game than he was great at, and Derek Hall as well. They kind of dinged those two guys, but I thought they were fine with what they brought. But again, just taking a look at Byron Murphy, 32 snaps. You can see these guys down in the 30 snap realm of this. Well, why am I bringing this up? Why do I think that this is important? Glad you asked. Because when I look over at the Rams and what they've been going through the past couple of weeks, this is a team that did not get the benefit of a bye week. They've had to run a lot of snaps, 2 games, 34-31 against the Panthers that goes down the line. So Panther game, Jared Verse up at 49 snaps. Trying to get a couple here. We got Braden Fisk. They keep him off the field for run plays, so that's not surprising. Kobe Turner up at 49 snaps. Byron Young up at 47 snaps, right? You see conversely for a Seahawks team there, they stay down more kind of in that 30 snap range. So, a good 20 more snaps on that game. But then we get over to the Bears game. And then what are we looking at? 47 snaps for Braden Fisk. 45 for Josiah Stewart. 44 snaps for Poona Ford. You got Jared Verse here at 61 snaps. And look at the grade on Verse there on those 61 snaps. Almost like you're a little gassed out maybe. Just a tiny bit. And you're chasing Caleb all day. You can't blame him for that. They did keep Byron Young down to 35 snaps, so they kind of split him up. But Verse eating up 61. Nate Landman with 77 snaps in this last game. 81 snaps for Quinn Lake. This is, folks, like double a game for your Seahawks on a snap count basis. And we already got the rest. And look, maybe this doesn't matter. Maybe this is them hardening themselves into steel with all this play, with all these extra snaps. This just makes them tougher, bigger, better. Maybe. I look at it though, and I go, it's a war of attrition, this sport. It's a war. It's a sport that wears everybody down. The strongest of the strong. And you sometimes in a lot of ways only just have so many snaps in you to a certain degree before your body's going to wear a little bit down. And in a game that comes down to a close matchup, a little bit of a worn down body, I ask, could it not make a little bit of a difference? And I think potentially maybe so. So just something I saw leading in this game that could be a bit of a factor here on this one. Special teams, Brady Russell leading the way. He was one of your real centerpiece guys on that block for Shaheed on the opening kickoff. Velus Jones, Tyrese Knight. Tyrese Knight's done a great job this year just being a soldier. Just a soul. I mean, just when you need him to come in for the Viking game, got the 2 strip sack fumbles. Anytime he's been on the field, really well graded and has played pretty well for you outside that first Niner game. We're still coming off that knee injury, and you're intermixing him in with Drake Thomas a little bit, but he's been really good on special teams. I mean, absolutely just about decapitated a Rams player in that first Rams matchup, knocked himself out too with a concussion in that one, but he's just been still flying around. He's been not knocked off of his energy from his rookie year in the least by Drake Thomas's ascent. And going to be interesting to see what they do at that position going forward with having 2 really solid guys going to this offseason. Michael Dixon punted great as he does. Well graded there. Jason Myers. I think they're getting him on the kickoff. So Jason Myers, he had penalized on 1 kick. And another place when I talk about the special teams revving, kickoff and knock it to where you make them return it, this Rams team. That'd be another thing I would do this week is try to see if you can get it like a strip fumble or something, like you've done a couple times this year on the kickoffs. Bring your special teams into full bloom in that way. Don't kick in the end zone like the Rams are going to do to us. Sheed with his 89.5 kickoff return, no surprise there, is you're going to get well graded when you house one on the kick. But those are the PFF scores. Let's go and take a look at our underrated hero of the week. The man I'm going to speak to is going to be Ernest Jones. We got a real thing going on. All right. Ernest Jones, coverage, awesome. I go back and watch the All-22 in this game, and it stands out to me that not only is he good in coverage, but he's taking away the read. It's one thing when you're good in coverage. It's also when you're good in coverage, anticipating towards where the quarterback's first read's going to take him. And quarterback, you can see with his head oftentimes where that read's at. Likewise here, how you defend the short passing attack, the short passing game to Kyron Williams, the sort of sub-check down game. Stafford does a lot of this. Brock Purdy does a lot of this. It's less about the check down sometimes out into the flat. There's a little bit of that dispersed within their offense, but it's a lot about the check down 3 yards in front. You get the linebackers trying to drop to depth. They're trying to take away in-cutting routes to the center of the field. That then opens up a big pathway in front of the offensive line where I can check down to a running back and he's going to go get maybe only 7 yards, but a very positive play. Here, You get Ernest Jones first, has to be sound about the run. So you can see it here. They got to first make sure not a run play because it's a sub play fake, then gets back out in coverage on McCaffrey. Nice and drape. Almost get a strip fumble here. But what I like on all these, there's a couple of good, great reps in here on the coverage stuff, but just he was sound all day in coverage to me in watching what he was doing. When I see that coverage grade that he got, I see a lot of him, again, taking away things. So here again with Brock, watch Brock's left, look left. Nope. So you see he wants to pump it, but Ernest is taking it away there. So I want to show this angle rather than the sideline shot on this one is I wanted you to see the head of the quarterback on this. You get a feel for him actually really taking away the route. So see, he wants to go to Ricky Pearsall, and that's Ernest setting down well against a wide receiver there. Feeling him try to sink down. So just great job. You take that first, in this defense, if you take the first read away, you're moving down the corridor towards what we do best, which is we create a lot of pressure, but we tend to create the slow burn pressure. So if you're getting it off your first read, pressure's not going to get there. You get down to now having to force you to second, third read. Now we're going to get you. Now we're going to have the time to get back there. And that's kind of what happens here in so many ways. I mentioned with Uchenna, there's some good snaps there, Uchenna. He creates some pressure here. He was not as badly as he was graded there. The impact hasn't quite been there to what we saw a couple years ago with him, but he's still giving you some meaningful snaps in there, as is Ernest, though. Great job in coverage on this play. Good throughout this game. Big part of your ability to stop them offensively, limiting what they do to the middle of the field. Again, here actually not technically gives up a completion here, but I just think this is still a very good play by Ernest. Because first you got to be in on the play action, and then he's got to climb to depth. Really hard on his part to have to get back to this tight end route. When his first responsibility has to be in stopping the run, he misses this by just the tips of his fingers. Almost is able to knock this up. And if he tips this up, probably gets picked. Just misses it still. Love his ability to get back and know right where. See, he knows right where Purdy's going to attack. So even though Purdy gets this done, it takes a great throw by Purdy to fit that in. It's the way this defense runs right now. Like, you might get a play, but you're going to have to do something kind of remarkable to make it happen. And even then, we'll have a guy tackling him up as soon as you complete it. Part of that just next level that this defense is kind of playing at right now. So, okay, yeah, doesn't quite get it, but just barely missed it. And we saw him come back later in the game and do some good things. Again, here just coverage, taking away Purdy's read. Watch Purdy's head, looking right at Ernest, wants to go to Kyle Juszczyk. Got to take the check down instead. I don't think it's his intention to go the check down the whole way here. I think he wants to go to Juszczyk, and you got Witherspoon also over the top, but nice drop too here by Ernest. Sliding and feeling where Brock wants to go. Just having good instincts, which is what Ernest does in the run game too, but it really does help him as in coverage, because the knock with him is he's not good in coverage, but he's a monster as a run defender. Well, 6 interceptions this year, of course, beg to differ otherwise. And what it is that it's just that he's not necessarily maybe looks as fast as like a Fred Warner back there in coverage at times, but he's so instinctual and so smart about where to go to and what's going on in the play that he can make himself faster on the back of that. I often say you can have a super fast guy that doesn't have the instincts back in coverage, and they become slow real fast. And then works the other way too. So you need athletic guys and fast guys in space, but having guys that are smart back there as well and knowing what they're trying to do is also helpful. I want to show this as well. This is one of those like heat check, gut check kind of moments for you as a player and how you see how players respond. So Jones comes up here on a play and completely misses the tackle on McCaffrey. Screenplay set up. He's the point man. Got to make this tackle. Makes that tackle 9 times out of 10. McCaffrey makes a nice cut. He slides. And I can't show the whole play here to show what happens after, but as he gets up, you see him coming back to his guys, and he's tapping his chest, and he's like, that was me, that was me, that was me. So how does he respond off the back of that? How does he respond off the back of this play where he just gave up a missed tackle? What happens on the very next one that he comes back on? What does he do as a response? Tapping himself, taking responsibility, taking ownership. Here's your next play right here. Wham. Fills the hole, comes right back, not dissuaded in the least. Get back on the next play. Mike McDonald thing he's talked about. We're not going to dwell on the prior play. We're not going to sit there and get in our head. Come right back, make the next one right. And here you got Ernest at his best. Dominic Pooney, 77 is your second level climber to Ernest Jones here. He's got a free path at Ernest Jones. Watch how quickly and effortlessly he defeats this block to get back over and then reading the play the whole way as to where it's going. Because there's a lot of eye candy here that the play is going to come essentially to the backside, to Trent Williams' 71 side, in the way that they're setting this up. Even the way Pooney's climbing down to Ernest Jones, there's a lot of indicators here that it's going weak side to the run play. But Jones reads it all the way true, and he's reading it. And what you see with Jones on tape, that's another one of the great parts of his game, is he can be sitting there staring and reading the play on the backside, and lineman's climbing, and a lot of other players got to then deal with that climbing lineman and start getting in the hand fighting with him, right, to get off the block. He can be just kind of looking up and just kind of, yeah, get out of here. Yeah, you're stupid. Not going to work. Watch him do that here to Dominic Pooney. He's a pretty good guard. Not even a hand on him. Not even a hand, just slithers through there to go make that tackle. And look, you even got Juszczyk there, who's supposed to be the clean guy, right? Juszczyk's supposed to be the fullback guy to clean literally the mic if the mic gets in the hole too. So not as easy to get past Pooney. But then he able to get past Juszczyk on this play too to go make the tackle. That's how a leader responds when he has a bad play. That right there. That's the leader of your defense right there. You love that response from him. And of course, beyond the subtle, we've got the stuff that stands out in this game. Getting back in coverage, again, feeling the eyes going to the right spot. Not his man, doesn't matter, rips out the fumble. But feels where this play is going. And his quick reactions over there to that play. His sensing of where Brock's read's going here quickly to that side. Gets him into the position to be able to rake this ball out. All day long, you knew where Brock was wanting to go with that first read when you watched him in coverage. He's sliding to that spot where he senses it's going to go, just inherently. Really well done by Ernest on this play. And more of what this team needs to be doing, and I'll tell you what, it was all over the tape. All over the tape, this team ripping, punching at the ball as they're getting in on the tackle. It's something they're definitely teaching up really well, and Ernest bringing it to life, like Mike would say. Bringing it to life, and then we've got the final pick too, which is just a great play here. Actually, you got on this one, you watch this, part of taking away where Brock wants to go on his first read, because where does Brock want to go first? I think he wants to go over his head. So he's taking away the in-cutting route over his head. You can see the Niner player right there. You can see Brock's head looking down. So if Brock throws that over the top, Ernest Jones is sitting down on that. See that? He wants to go to Kendrick Bourne over the top. I got a linebacker isolated on, middle linebacker isolated the middle of the field with a wide receiver. That's where I'm going to attack. Watch Brock's head. So you're looking down, then he's looking back away, then he comes back down, then he looks away, and then comes back down again. And then you finally get the pick. But essentially taking two routes away in one here. First the deep, now come back underneath. Want it more. Want it more. Beautiful play by Ernest Jones. Makes it happen. But how about that where he does 2 and 1? Not only do you take away the first read, you come back to what is it now? Is fourth read on the play? Not too shabby. Why is he an all-pro this year? I think you're seeing right there. Pretty clear right there as to what's going down with that. All righty, let's keep it motoring on through here with our final segment, then we'll pop on over to you guys into the chat, and let's talk a little bit about what's going on here with the NFC West. All right. So, I think we all know pretty much what's going on as far as the bottom line in the NFC West here this week. We beat the Niners bottoms, little BTA, got them off the board. Trilogy finished up, put them away. Maybe potentially here with the Niners for a while to come here, we're going to see that it's going to take them a little bit more time to get back into the good side of this in long term. Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, decisions there. How long is it going to take for George Kittle to come back from his situation? What's going to happen with the Brandon Ayuk disputed contract as they're trying to get out from under that? You got the Brock Purdy contract year 2 hitting in on that experience and how that might impede them a little bit. I would estimate that they're going to make some aggressive moves because they ate a lot of dead money this last year, but they're not necessarily going to be able to overtake Seattle and what we can spend either to that side of it. So they need a lot of help over there. They now do lose as well Robert Saleh. He is going to go to the Tennessee Titans to be their next head coach. So a little bit of a loss of defensive talent there. And this is an important one for the Niners too, as they have a lot of things to kind of figure out this offseason on what has been a successful year for them. How do you get around the injury situation? Do you have to move the substation? What are you going to do at the defensive coordinator position? Because the last few defensive coordinators you've hired in there, you've not been happy with. And Shanahan he blows through sometimes defensive coordinators like spinal trap drummers. It's a weird thing with him. And now they're just seemingly on the edge of bringing on Gus Bradley, former Seahawks defensive coordinator in there, which not a great path for the Niners if this is going to be the direction that you're going to take, in my opinion, because we've learned this lesson ourselves. If you're out there trying to hire internally, you're not out there shaking the bushes nationwide for every possible candidate to find the best possible candidate. I have a hard time believing that somehow with the innumerable amount of options you have in the national stage of things, that somehow the most brilliant, best mind is in your own house. It feels like more of a safe kind of pick. And a lot of times you try to make that safe kind of pick, like we learned with Richard, like we learned with Norton, like we learned with Hurts. When you try to go make that safe pick, you can often land at a point of failure. Better to try to take the big swing than take the small swing for the whiff nonetheless. And I would say with the Bradley coming in there, that's just what's going to happen. He's going to run the Carroll system true and the way it's always been kind of run, lack of blitzing, front four, get the job done. Coverage is not too exotic. I don't know what the Niners on that one, if that's the direction they're going to go. But again, that's a team that's a little bit even more so at a crossroads than they were last year. They sort of forced the crossroads last year to happen with the dead money they ate. But now they're really looking at it. I mean, even in top 12 first-round picks coming off an ACL, a lot of stuff there with the Niner team to kind of go with. The Arizona Cardinals still are without a coach. Is that because nobody wants to go and be the coach of the Arizona Cardinals? Is it because they're looking for more of this?
Shots, explosives.
Who's to say? I don't know. It's a quandary right now. No matter what, the amount of teams looking for coaches continues to increase. And for a team in the Arizona Cardinals that doesn't tend to be one that's necessarily got a lot of money to spend out there and doesn't feel like a team's going to spend a lot for like the prime coach cuts out there that exist, probably getting a little dire down there in Arizona with some of the options they go with. But who knows? Maybe Kubiak chooses to go down there, and I can't see him going to Arizona myself. That fit doesn't happen. But my goodness, we keep getting more head coaching jobs opened up. And I talked about this with Jake, kind of my last little point before we get over to you guys in the chat here a little bit. And brought this up to Jake yesterday. And I think that the rich are about to get richer in the NFL. This year, you saw a disparity as far as the teams at the top versus the teams at the bottom. And the amount of, whereas before there's more of that middle ground, those teams that are near 500. And it's a little more of like, well, you can be 10-7 and getting on into the playoffs, versus, well, you're going to need 11 wins, and it starts to become that standard, and that you feel that rise happen in that way. And I think it's going to occur even more so now because you're going to have basically a third of the league turning over new coaching staffs at this point. And then all that then domino effect happens with that. So if I turn over a new coaching staff and I'm bringing a new coach, I'm going to a new system by and large. If I'm going to a new system, I've got to go get the players that are going to fit to my system, number one. But then number two, I may have a lot of good players still on my roster, but they don't fit to this new system. So now I got to go get what I can get on the open market for them, or release them if they're expensive and cut them through. And now they become available on the market. going to be interesting to see how this works, but just this amount of teams that we have out there, this amount of changeover that's occurring, now you can really see a potentiality of, I'm not talking necessarily guys that are, difference makers, let's say, but adding quality to your roster for guys like that could kind of be just thrown away, so to speak, in the trash heap because the team's going, well, we're becoming this now, and that doesn't fit. And he's good for what he does, but we really need this exactly. And teams like the Rams, team like the Seahawks, the Niners maybe including that, can really pounce this offseason in a major way. And I think that's just going to take these teams that are resetting the clock a little bit to take a little bit more time to get right, number one. But boy, is it going to cause, I think, a lot of change to occur over this offseason too, as far as players and who goes on the move because of this. It's a lot of firings. A lot of firings. Don't think it's good for the league. Don't think it's going to be helpful for creating sustained winners. And a lot of these teams are just getting so jumpy about the turnover. Raiders, how many times over are they spinning through coaches here through the years? They just like, all right, okay, I get it, guys. All right. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. Martin, I would like Sam to be at 25 passing attempts or less. Above that, I think we're in dangerous territory. Just my opinion, though. Run the ball. Let's have it go. Hey, let's go, Martin. And look, if you can keep, I look at it under 30 is for me the number, but we're in the same place, basically speaking. And it's about running a balanced offensive attack in this game. And this isn't about protecting Sam. It's more about the type of team you've created, the type of blueprint that you've created for winning football games, and that you're sticking to the blueprint. And that is maintaining that balance. And then when you maintain the balance and you lower down the passing attempts, there's going to be a lot of those passing attempts. If we're 25 to 30 there, Martin, where there's going to be some easier throws in there. A couple screens here, I'll throw a little dump off over here. I got a couple of stuff scripted up by Kubiak. He knows can take down the defense here. And you just remove down those throws that will be put into harm's way that have to be the high leverage throws. And so, yeah, I agree. I'm in the same place with it. Run the ball and forcing this Rams front to stop your run with their live box. If you can pull them up into stacked boxes, finding some one-on-ones on the outside that you can exploit by taking shots down the field at times. Go steal a touchdown if you can down there, especially Shaheed. I'd like to see it go this way. I think that's the ideal against this Rams team. They drop 7 into coverage. They want to take away your passing windows. Every defense has to pay a price with where they want their strength to be. I want to drop 7 into coverage. I want to close your passing windows. I'm going to then open up the door for you to be able to run the ball on me. I'm going to make it harder on my front to be able to get the job done because I'm giving them one less body to work with down there. I've got to be able to exploit that if I think I can run the ball like we've run the ball, like we've had the commitment to run the ball. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, the curse wheel got the Rams. Hasn't been right lately, though. Well, I think the last time it was right, if I'm not mistaken, Daniel, was technically the Rams. I think that was the last one that I remember the Perna wheel getting right. So now it just got to come back around, He kind of broke it when he tried to get us on the second spin a couple weeks ago. I called it at the time. You can't utilize that power and then try to manipulate it. It's beyond your grasp, Perna. It's beyond your control. The old South Park meme. You're so busy wondering if you could. You didn't think about whether you should. But good to know, man. Every little advantage helps this week, Daniel. Every little bit. Thanks for the $5 donation. Feed me. John Lynch confirmed they have looked into the substation and we've reached out to see if the study exists. What an offseason for Niner fans. Love to see. Yeah, the substation thing is pretty wild. And look, I can be a little conspiracy minded. I like me a good conspiracy on it. The players are definitely talking about it. It's in their head to a degree. And it does seem like at this point, just move the thing just for the sake of peace of mind, maybe. But pretty wild that it's reached this stage of it. And it would be even wilder if they come to find that there is some correlation there, because they've tried a few different things there, the Niners, to try to solve this injury situation. And I mean, that was crazy this year. How many guys they had dealing with stuff. Just one more thing for them to have to figure out, I guess, Feed me, in an offseason of a lot of stuff to figure out. Thank you for the $5, man. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $2 don't know. Curse wheel landed on the little lambs. Go Hawks. Oh, Mary had a little lamb, and it landed on a curse wheel. Yes. Yes. Well, hopefully the wheel pulls true this week. That's all I got to say on that, Peter. Thank you for the $2 dono. Lord Disciple, thanks for another $2 dono as well. Do you have to change a lot from the Niners to LA on D? Yes. Yeah. The two significant differences I would say that first stand out to me are number one, you've got the 49ers are heavily predicated on rushing outside zone, and the LA Rams kind of inverse it, and they're more heavily predicated on the inside running attack. So when you're going up against the outside zone, it becomes about gap integrity. And it's still a gap integrity on inside, but a little bit more so on outside zone because you're getting carried laterally. So there's more of, I think, there's more of the chance that you're going to get caught running out of position, overrunning your gap. And whereas when it's more on the inside runs, you're going to be more into, I've got to hold the ground mode. I'm not on the move. I'm now hold up, and I'm trying to hold and occupy blockers if I can, so that my guys behind me can come up and make the tackle. A little bit more of a dirtier, kind of play there at that point. So that first spot really stands out to me. The second place that I would say is a big part of this too would be just, in general, the passing attacks are kind of night and day difference. The Rams can just really get after you with their passing attack in a way that the 49ers can. 49ers are sometimes limited by Brock Purdy's arm strength, especially in certain conditions, on which kind of throws he really can make. I think with Stafford, he makes every throw in the book, and he doesn't even have his full feet planted to make the throw. He can go off platform on you. That means that you have to stay a little bit more truer to the depths of the field and truer to the thought process that they could try to take a shot over the top with them. Which then does open up more stuff underneath. And this gets kind of conjoined with the fact that McVay is a very good flood zone concept guy, where he's especially good with those flood zone concepts of attacking into zone coverage. Your guy drops off, he runs one guy through, he runs your guy off, he sets another guy in behind him, easy completion. So Rams just have a little bit more stuff kind of going on there, I would say, as far as what they do in their passing attack and then how they attack in the rushing attack. It's a challenge. Still dreaming. Thank you for another $5 donation. Still appreciate the double domino. Hopefully we can do to Matt Stafford what we did to Brock Purdy. That would be a thing of beauty. Go Hawks, baby. Go Hawks. Still dreaming. I would love to see it as well. And I think it's going to be very hard to accomplish. The reason just being in that a big part of why you were able to get, I think, to where you got to with the Rams last week had as much to do with Brock Purdy really holding onto the ball for a good amount of time. He was really trying to kind of wait for things to sort of set up back there. And so it allowed for you to be able to then get the pressure on him and the pressure rates to go up. But the pressure was also, oops, that's not what I want to be doing. No, let me get to sorry, I want to show these stats really quickly if I can here. And let's see here. That's not it. Shouldn't do this live. I want to react to this though, still dreaming. Let me get the thing here with this. There we go. And we'll filter by postseason. The bottom. There we go. Oh, I gotta look at the team offense. Okay. Seeing if I can bring up the numbers. They showed it during the telecast too. Yeah, there we go. So what happened here really in a big degree was, it's not going to work that way. Let's do it like this. Boom. What happened here was the time to throw was just incredibly incredibly long from the Niners in this game. And then that led to the Seahawks being able to create a lot of pressure on the back of that. Seattle created some quick pressure too around this, but this definitely kind of souped up the Steel Dream in the numbers a little bit. So if you look at the right-hand column here, you'll see TTT. That's time to throw. It's the third one from the right over there. And what happens here is that if you look at NFL in the regular season, so just take a look at that 4 seconds, keep that in mind for a second, okay? And so if I go to the regular season in 2025 and I filter by time to throw, the longest time to throw in the NFL this year on average, as you can see here on this, so you see it only goes down. So the fastest is the Steelers, 2.62 seconds. Colts, second fastest, 2.66 seconds, right? That's the fastest. That's like get the ball out of the guy's hand like that, right? Then the other side of it's the 3.2 seconds, as you see here with Chicago. Okay. So then we go back to what I just showed you in the last one. You were at 4 seconds. I mean, that's like taking, a month in the pocket from Brock Purdy's standpoint to get rid of the ball. It's not just an outlier as far as, well, that'd be like the highest in the NFL if you did that for the whole season. That'd be like the highest in the NFL history if you had that for a full season of a quarterback over 4 seconds in the pocket. So like Russ at the height of his days with all of his scrambling and moving around the pocket, he was 3 seconds. Like maybe a hair over 3 seconds, maybe just a smidge over. Even Russ didn't go to 3.2. He'd be like 3.05. So that's where it's going to be hard to do that with Stafford, because as you look at this time to throw, for passing offenses, you look at the time to throw here on the year, and you go down and you look again at the fastest, and you look at the slowest, and then you look for the Rams here. Where are they at? Right here. So you got the Rams right in here at call it 23rd, but let's do it like this. This looks a little bit more right. So essentially they are the 10th fastest team at getting the ball out of their hands at 2.8 seconds. So 4.05 to 2.8 wide, pretty big difference. You can still get pressure. Don't get me wrong there, still dreaming. I'm not saying that, but that it's going to be a bit of a different, it's going to be just a different beast this week against this Rams team with that, especially with how they do tend to stay somewhat consistent and staying with the run game, though sometimes they get away from it too. But that is going to be where it's going to be hard to do that this week, especially do it on the back of just running the front four at the Rams offensive line, because they're going to be able to block that up pretty well. But maybe that's where Mike brings out a little bit of some of the sauce a little bit this week. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Jordan, did you see CMC use check went to an NBA game and a player tore an ACL plus Zach's injury? That team is a curse. Maybe we shouldn't go to Levi's. Yeah, maybe not. That power substation, they're going to turn it up full blast when we get in there for the Super Bowl. They're like, how many of these Seahawks can we take out, man? That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. And yeah, they are a little bit accursed right now this year as you look at it with what happened with them. Ayuk and Slow coming back, and Kittle keeps getting banged up, and Trent got injured at the end, and Caffrey got through the year okay, but then defensively especially, man, all over the place. Some say it has something to do with Kyle running just notoriously crazy training camps and beats the crap out of the guys. I don't know. But thank you, Jordan. Appreciate you. That sucks about the NBA player. Yeesh. Kyle, thank you for the $5 donation. January, NFC West Championship. It's cold, wet, windy, shitty for them, just right for us. Mike Mack from the 2024 intro to Player in the hype video. Indeed, if you get a chance, check that hype video out. I think you can find it out there on Reddit. Really cool hype video. Mike proving to be a little bit of a proselytizer, as he's saying there to the gentleman here in training camp. And he's giving them a visualization. He's like, visualize the gentleman, you're in summer months, they're beginning, It's January, NFC Championship, cold, wet, shitty for them, just right for us. And he was seeing it true, huh? He was seeing the true shades of him calling the kickoff return from Shaheed back in the Falcons game, Kyle. Well, shades of that. But definitely, folks, if you get a chance, check out that hype video. If you're already, I don't know, though, you might already be like me, juiced to the nines and just can't stop thinking about the game and how to play out and what needs to happen. And that thing's going to get you even more so. It's a great video, man. Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate you. John, thank you for the $2 donation. Stars are aligned. Pumpkin at your side. Go Hawks. Indeed. Indeed. She's always here. I got my other one right now next to me over here. My little girl over here. She's tired. She had a long day. Pumpkin went at her today, John. It's very stressful. Thank you for the donation, though, man. Stars are definitely aligned. You look at this team, you look at this season, and you look at the circumstances to where we're at and the conditions that are working in our favor. You couldn't ask for a better setup in so many ways. It's pretty incredible. All right, let's bounce over to you guys in the chat. If you got a question for me, just put Brando, Hawks Nest. Hey, so I'll answer to just about anything here. But yeah. We'll probably be, I know I say in and out, we're about an hour 45, and we'll probably do a little bit of it today. But again, I'll be coming back with a couple of shows for you guys this week as well, in addition to this. So you'll be getting a lot of extra, Brandon, this week. Give me one sec here. I'll be right back. Lord Zab Hawks Nest, where's the weak link in this offensive line? Where can we see an upgrade opening and how? Well, in the Rams offensive line, some of it depends on if Dotson plays or not, and then how healthy Dotson is if he comes back at right guard, because that's definitely a weak spot for them on that. I think they're pretty uniformly solid throughout. They don't really have a weak link. They don't really have a Bradford when Dotson's out there. I don't think that they have as much necessarily difference-making impact, though, either, Lord's Disciple. Like, I don't think that Alaric Jackson is a star or McClendon's a star. Avilia might be the closest of the bunch at left guard. It's a very heavily run blocking centric offensive line in addition to that. So I would say that there is some ability to get after him in pass protection if you can get him a little bit pass happy and outside of the run, but that's because they want to live in, ideally, in how they've set it up at least. And again, McVay can sometimes go against this in his play calling and go a little bit run counter to this, but they want to ideally be in a place where they're, theoretically keeping things like us very balanced and the passing attempts down to kind of a minimum a little bit. Martin Lawrence, Brando, 2 questions. Do we put Witherspoon on Puka or bracket him? Do we involve the tight end in the passing attack for this game? I would guess that Puka Nacua is not going to get bracketed because it just doesn't seem to be much of what Mike McDonald's going to do on his defense, even when he's going up against prime receiving targets. They're just going to run their D, how they're going to run their D, so to speak. With Witherspoon on Puka, likewise, there's not a lot of necessarily traveling in this scheme. There's an ability to do it in this scheme. For instance, Rex Ryan back in the day would oftentimes have Darrelle Revis traveling with the best receiver on the field. It does get a little harder here with Mike because if you're going to travel and do that, the way that does tend to work as far as the cascading effect goes is if I'm going to run the shadow roll, where Witherspoon basically shadows Puka wherever he goes, then that's going to mean that he's going to be in man coverage. And then that's going to do a lot of usually dictating for the most part that you're running man throughout a lot of the rest of the defense. It doesn't have to, but it will cause a little bit of the slant in that way. Does Seattle feel comfortable running the man like that against Stafford, against Devontae Adams and company. Maybe not. We'll have to see on that. It's an opening of a possibility, I guess, Martin, is what I would say with that. I certainly would be open to Witherspoon on Puka because I think that's a matchup where that could help. But again, go back to just the first two matchups, you didn't do this. It's not in Mike's history to kind of do this. It's kind of more of something that we kind of hope will happen more than we have a precedent of it occurring prior. The tight ends need to be involved in the passing attack. It took you a long time. It felt like a little bit in that first matchup to figure out that you could utilize Barner. You've got to attack Landman. Speeds is a little bit better in coverage than Landman is, but I think that they're both two guys that you can get after, especially on in-breaking routes over their heads. And that they are guys that are, Landman's there to be a run stuffer. And he's got some definite holes in his game as far as out there in coverage. And last week, Chicago attacked the hell out of him. So yeah, you got to utilize Barner down the field and get after those linebackers and make them cover in space and show that they can stand in there. So I would expect it. Of course, Barner had that big touchdown in the game last time on that route where he's running up the middle and then cuts it out to the corner, and just great run route on his part. So I would expect them to do so, considering that in that second game, you started to move the ball in that second half after you started working a little bit more of Barner into the attack. So I'd definitely be a game where I'd expect Barner to probably have about five catches or eight targets in this game. Wouldn't shock me in the least on this one. We don't need to mush rush Stafford like we did Purdy. No, you can go a little bit more wild and free with Stafford. That's for sure. Just get home, so to speak. This is anyone remember Stephen Smith destroyed a team in the playoffs by not adding coverage. Holmgren double and triple covered Smith and took him away, and we beat out Carolina. And I do remember that. And Holmgren came out with one of the more interesting, or the defensive staff came out with one of the more interesting approaches to stopping Smith in that game, because you brought a linebacker out and you decided to have a linebacker press Smith at the line of scrimmage, and then you just rolled coverage behind him. So you disrupted the route with Steve and then got to the back end of it. It was a cool coverage. Wouldn't mind seeing, I don't know if we can pull that off this week with Puka, but just see something where they've got a little bit more of a plan in place than they've had through the first two matchups. Brian sort of has the vibe of San Francisco tanking their season next year and just to hold a fire sale and collect draft picks. I've been saying for a while that they should try to reset it. It's that thing come back to. You're in 4 different states of mind as a team, right? Ascending or rebuilding, ascending, purgatory, elite. And the Niners have no doubt been elite for a lot of years here. And they're right on the edge of getting to an elite status this year. And as much as the injuries held you back, but the injuries held you back because you decided to lean on an old roster, and old rosters get injured. Old rosters get beat up over the course of a year. I thought a couple years ago you should have moved Ayuk when you weren't sure about that contract. I thought that they should have moved Kittle last offseason with where he was at, and after considering they're going to have to sign him to a new deal. I think you could definitely make the argument to the Niners that you don't have a pathway to get enough difference makers to compete within this division in the near future. Your better chance here is to try to get back to reinvigorating the talent pool on your team. And that's only going to come by getting draft picks in here, and, spending money will help a little bit, but we all know what happens to teams that try to spend money to get themselves their difference makers. It just doesn't work out too well in free agency. So yeah, we'll see what they do. That's that crossroads where I think there's a couple different directions you could go, but they've been very hesitant to bite down on that particular bone in years prior, Brian. You could argue even when it's kind of slapping them in the face to do so. Gatlis says McVay keeps going for the next big play, which I don't get. Puka and Devontae aren't speed demons. They should be focused on sustained drives, but they always go away from it. yeah, McVay's play calling, and Jake confirmed this in talking to him a little bit about this over the course of the year, and Ram fans have confirmed this with me too. So it's not me just looking at this as a Seahawks fan. McVay's got in him that thing where it's like he can't stay with the run. He can't do it. He can't stay to just being, committed to the process of, like you say, just kind of sustain drives. And he wants to go and take those shots. He wants to go out there big game hunting. And it is to the detriment of their offense. And it just doesn't make sense to me too, because he already did the hard part by wrapping his mind around stylistically playing the brand of football that they can play to be their most successful. Playing, again, back to you, sustained drives, but a heavy amount of running the ball. You spent that money on the offensive line. You drafted Avila. You got Kyron Williams there, gave him the contract. You drafted Blake Corum. You got the tight ends there that can block. Like, get downhill and run the ball and just keep at it. But they will go away from it, man. They will. And they did last week. And hopefully we can get them to do so again this week, because I'm most scared to death of them trying to pull out basically what they did in that first half against us, where they stayed committed to the run. And as I said yesterday to Jake, a little bit of a process over result situation. They didn't get the results as far as the scores. Some of that is because they went for the fourth down, right? If they had just taken one of those field goals there in that first half, got it back around the second half, and even with all those 3 and outs in the fourth quarter, that 3 points would be enough for you to go win the game. And so even though you didn't necessarily light the scoreboard up on the back of that approach, it was still one where you were controlling the clock, controlling the ball, controlling time of possession in that first half on the road in Seattle. And that's what gets me worried, that he trots out that game plan again and he stays with it for 4 quarters. Got to take away the run game, Martin. That's right. You got to find a way to not just take it away, but limit them from being able to do those sustained drives. Limit them from the 3rd and 3s. Get them into the 3rd and longs, We're playing Cam Akers for real? I don't know for sure on that, Louise. I think it's probably Holani will be the backup, and then probably Ernest Jones. Martin says, Brando, this is looking like a bad free agent window and a weak draft. Is this a bad time to get a head coaching job? Yeah, this is awful. Maybe it's not awful, because like when you do have all this turnover, it's going to help teams like Hawks and Rams and go get sort of depressed parts for not prime prices. That's going to work for those teams that are turning over also, to have to bring on some of those players at certain places, needing those kind of players as well. They're going to be able to benefit from some of that. I guess it's bad if you're trying to get things turned around fast and hoping that your free agency is going to be the way that you get that done. If that's your approach coming into this offseason, it's not going to be probably a very sound one. So yes and no, kind of both ways a little bit. Some of this will be about more, not the impending free agents, but about those cap cut guys that don't fit to the new system, but then fit over to this system with this new coach who can get that at a depressed price. There'll be a lot of that going on, and that stuff won't be settled up until we get into full off season, before, the new league year and just after league year, and when all those kind of cuts will come in, and I'm sure that'll push the free agent class up a bit. It's not going to make it dynamic, but it'll help it out a little bit. Quinn says the correlation is that Shanahan is the coach near the station, and he breaks football players the same way my parents kill all of my houseplants. Good thing the Seahawks are looking like a complete team with the upcoming draft free agency is really that bad. Yes, sir. It's a good year to have yourself fully stocked and kind of get on through to the next year. And okay, come on, kitty. Don't step on the keyboard. I know, you're just all over the place today. Cats are definitely feeling the long season. They're like, is this season over with? You're always up on the streaming. Yes, though. Very, 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 very good for the Seattle Seahawks this year being that year. What about a sing-along with Lamb Chop, the old 1960s, 1990s Shari Lewis? I don't know that one. Appreciate you, Lord Disciple. Substation. So the substation thing goes like this, Catalyst. There is a electrical substation next to the Niners practice field. I'm just going to tell you the theory on this one. I'm not saying it's that I'm buying into it, but the theory goes something like this. When you get a human body next to a substation like that with these EMF readings through the roof, that if you subject somebody to the substation for a long period of time right next door to it like that, that it can have some effect on a cellular level, and that it can cause things to sort of break down, if you want to think about this in layman's terms, within the body from it. So the Niners don't just play in Levi Stadium next to the substation. Their practice field is also right next door to Levi Stadium. So they are 24/7 being subjected to substation EMF readings. Now, there's woo-woo people out there that'll say this is absolutely causing the ligaments to break down and not keep their strength. And then there's people that tell you that this is just all woo-woo stuff and doesn't amount to a hill of beans. Niners are trying to figure this out, though, because this has been an epidemic of an issue right about the time that they got into Levi Stadium. It started to become a real big problem with their team year in and year out on that. So I don't know how much I put into it, but again, it's become a thing. It's the players are talking about in the locker room. Former players are talking about it. Multiple former players are talking about it like they're feeling like it's a real thing. So it does also get to the point of whether it's a real thing or not. The players think it's a real thing. And once it gets into their head in such a way as that, well, it's maybe just time to move the substation regardless at that point. But it would cost a lot of money to move it, something I think like $20 million or something to move the substation. So obviously the Niners, they don't want to foot the bill on that. Lord Disciple Hawks Nest, the time to throw, is that due to us covering well? And can we just do that against Stafford? If not, why not just offensive scheme or quickness of routes or better wide receivers? Why not just offense scheme, quickness of routes, or better wide receivers? Well, Lord Disciple, I would say that when you look at the Niners right now, where they're out wide receiver wise, that, you know, a healthy Ricky Pearsall, a healthy Brandon Ayuk, or their 1-2 punch with a little bit of Juwan Jennings in there was the theory of what they would have out there on the field this year coming into it. Ideally, you had no Ayuk. You have Ricky Pearsall that was walking into this game not at 100%. Lord knows where Juwan Jennings is at on that. He's been kind of half in and out with that team this year versus where he's been in the past. So it's difference as far as the wide receivers that you have covering from one to the other. And yeah, it's us covering up those things, kind of like Lord Disciples when I'm showing you those Ernest Jones cuts and Jones taking away that first read. And now he's got to go over to read 2 and get over to read 3. That's the stuff that's causing you not to take that extra time in the pocket. And then you're over to read 3 and now you're going to start scrambling around back there. Some of it is also that you just have an improvisational quarterback in general terms. They're going to hold the ball a little bit longer. So Purdy's a 2.92 second guy, I think, in the regular season, something like that. And, you know, he's always around that 3 second mark as far as he's going to hold the ball a little bit longer because he wants to use that escapability he's got and prolong the play and try to get more of a chance to make a play happen. But they brought it a little extreme. When you go from 3 to 4 seconds, that's a mighty jump. And that speaks to as much there where Brock was probably trying to do a little bit too much as well. And just he got away with a couple throws in there, and he just was going, look, this is do or die. So I know this isn't the right decision to be holding on to this long here. I probably should have dirted this up or thrown it away, but I got to try to make something happen here. You know, we're down by a bazillion points. So that was also a part that was kind of pressing some of it, is that, you know, he's operating in a way that you wouldn't normally have. But Stafford's going to be quicker with the ball out of his hands, been quicker with the ball out of his hands throughout the course of the year. Better receivers at creating quicker separation, more separation across the board. I think as well, Shanahan's more of a guy known for his rushing attack. McVay's known as a guy for more of his passing attack, and that he's going to have things that he can dial up in his passing attack that's going to be very creative and just create those quick, easy open throws for Stafford at times in ways that I don't know that Shanahan can always do for Brock. O'Dwyer says it couldn't possibly be the 49ers aging. They play longer seasons by consistently going far in the playoffs the last few years, and Kyle Shanahan running his players into the ground. I think that's probably the more of the straightforward reason at the front of it, to your point. It's a fun theory, though. Well, I mean, not fun. It wouldn't be fun if it was our Seahawks doing it. I'll say that. Cal from South Park, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Jake tried to hype up Atlanta and Carolina to justify Los Angeles Rams slipping last night. Jake, we played them too with 0 issues. The excuses are funny. Effing juiced, B. Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's, and I think at least I got him a little bit to acknowledge, yesterday in our discussions that, are they really playing their best football right now? Are they really? Like, we can get down to like Carolina, Atlanta, and da-da-da, but like, are you playing your best football? Well, like, no, we're not. We're not. We're still a good team, but we're not at the heights of what we were earlier this year. And maybe still being a good team is good enough to go win the Super Bowl at this time and find a way through, maybe. Certainly there's teams that have been like that in the past, but there's also been so many more other teams that if you played your best football early in the year, you're going to top out at some point or another in the playoffs. And maybe you get far in the playoffs, but you will top out at some point or another. And I keep coming back to the Rams and watching them for so many weeks through the season. Watch every one of their games this year, and the way they're playing right now and how they're executing right now, kind of frankly on both sides of the ball, comparatively speaking to where they were early in the year, is just not quite the same. It's not like far removed, where we don't have to overstate it, but it doesn't have to be far removed in a tight matchup like this. It's short removed, and that can be enough to allow the Hawks to get over the other side of the line on this. Jordan, thank you for the $10 donation, Jordan. Do you think Mike hasn't figured out McVay? I think Matt bails McVay out of a lot of poor situational play calling. I guess elite quarterbacks make a lot of coordinators look good, though. Yeah, I think that McVay is a top-notch offensive coordinator. I do. I think he's got some failings to him still that do stand out at times, like you say, situational play calling, commitment to the run game. And yeah, I think that there is a little bit of, you have an easy button you can always go and push when you got a guy like Stafford from a coaching perspective. And I think that this is one of the reasons, Jordan, so many coaches and organizations long and headhunt out these kind of QBs and look under every bush to find one. Because when you have one, it gets to cover up all of what you do kind of badly. And like, we see this a little bit like with what the Bills do organizationally too, right? And their approach to Josh Allen, where it's kind of just like, Josh, save us. And the Rams do a better job of course, putting together a more complete roster and having a little bit more of a conjunctive philosophy in place that works together and helps their quarterback out a little bit with some of the stuff they do. But it all does kind of fall down in times of trouble. It just falls down to like, Matt, save us, sort of, so to speak. And yeah, I think that that's more of what's gone on here than it's been McVay's figured them out. It's a little bit of a short sample size of games first, Jordan, because we have the one game in Baltimore, we have the 2 games last year, and then we have the 2 games this year. So the game in Baltimore was one where if you go and watch that game, Stafford has probably put 9 high-level throws on the board in that game, like where they're tight in coverage, Ravens play it right, just he makes an impossible kind of throw or impossible kind of catch is made and just kind of gets it just sort of carries him on through, gets him onto the other side of it in that game. And it was a tight game and it went right down the wire. And certainly the offense made some headway in that game for the Rams on the road. But I didn't think that was necessarily McVay scheming up a ton of stuff to like overcome McDonald's defense there. It was just as much Stafford really just making some baller throws. The second matchup, you had Puka Nacua, will be the first matchup last year. Puka Nacua is out of that game pretty early on after he tries to punch Kobe Bryant. He gets ejected. It definitely hurt the receiving core of the Rams through a lot of that game. And you definitely had a lot more of a bind on their offense in that particular game all the way around. Of course, you lost in overtime, but you had plenty of chances even at overtime to kind of stop them. So that was one where he played pretty decently. This defense did play pretty decently there. Garoppolo got after it pretty good in that last game of the season last year, but I mean, everybody was probably partially checked out because the game didn't really matter what happened there. And then the first game of the year, defense did a really good job, 130 yards passing. The Rams should have stayed more committed running in that game than they did, but you held their offense down pretty well. That's really the interceptions in that game as much as anything else. And the defense did good there. And then you come back to last week's matchup. It's a Thursday night game. That's where it's too much of a sample size all the way around and not enough of we've got 5 years of these guys playing against each other and more of a baseline, one way or the other about how one performs against the other, I guess I would say. But I think you kind of touch on the bottom line, which is just the elite quarterback play is a great equalizer. And two great minds come together and they're duking it out on that chessboard, and you've got the one chess piece that can move backwards and forwards and every which way. It's like, well, that can be the one that comes in and kind of supersedes everything else. Great question. John, thank you for the $5 donation. All your support. Jesse's poetic defeat. Jake in full rationalization mode. And Mike reading up on the draft 2026 just the way we like it. Hawks on top. Yes, sir. The division's running right when all of those things are being played. That's true. We got a 49er fan waxing poetic about our Hawks, and Jake full rationalization mode, and Mike reading up on the draft and looking into which coaches he can grab. I'll even add further, John, and Mike side-eyeing our coaches for his head coach. I would add that one. Mike's pretty much all on board with Kubiak at this point. He's on board. I don't know if Kubiak's on board with the Cardinals, though. We'll have to see if he'd be fully signed. I wouldn't sign up for that. So wait, I got to play 6 times a year McVay, Shanahan, and McDonald? Like, they may end up with the janitor at this point. Will you take the job? How about, would you just do it? But do I got to play the Shanahan? Oh, not you too. Appreciate you, John. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. I feel like Tom Brady's commentary is actually pretty solid. Tony Romo is the worst offender of Mahomes glaze. Talking about him during the Bills game. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I definitely could go with less Mahomes glaze. But those announcers, they love him up on him, man. Those guys just, I got more complaints this year, I think, than I've ever seen before. And I've seen a lot of hearty complaints about where the game coverage is at and what people are getting from it as far as, some of these guys. And Brady does seem like he's improving. I went back and listened to the Hawk game, just the game coverage on the TV after post, last couple of days, just going back and checking it out because it's a lot of fun, right? It's always fun to go back and watch him beat down like that and hear how the game coverage went. I thought he did a good job. I've seen a couple games, to your point, that I think he's done a good job on. Some of these guys, I think, do get a little lazy in their analysis, and because everybody's going to, be a former quarterback, it would seem, and even Collinsworth, the former receiver, falls into this trapping that it just becomes so much hyper concentrating on the quarterback play, which is part of what's led to, I think, some of the fan issues that exist out there in the discussions with having everything centered around QBs and not really centering as much around teams and schemes and coaching, and this becomes kind of the centerpiece of everything. So, yeah, it's good to hear you feel like Tom's improving too. I feel like he's getting a little bit better as well, but it does feel like some of the old guard that exists in the sport here with this right now could stand to be refreshed. Still dreaming. Thank you for another $5 donation. Still dreaming. I'm really missing that deep bomb to JSN. It's been too long. And how about one for Rashid? How about we send one deep for a touchdown for Rashid? Am I dreaming? No, you're not dreaming at all. And thank you for the $5 donation. I've gone back to it time and time again, still dreaming, saying that this game, and I think through the playoffs, going back to I-formational looks. So we come back to one of my keys in this game is how are you going to defend against, how do the light boxes defend? And what you often will then get with of course, the light box. I'm going to show a play here to kind of show you this and give you a little bit of some hope here, still dreaming. I'm going to take your dono away so you can see it right. So both teams are going to run light box this week, Seahawks, Rams. That goes without saying. But that doesn't mean that there aren't going to be times the Rams are going to bring a defender down in the box, especially if you see Walker start to find some headway in the rushing attack. And so what you can do is you can go to what I'd call kind of a base offensive formation, which would be an I formation look. So in this case, it's I formation offset because the fullback is not right behind the quarterback, but a little offset of him, right? But what you do with this now is you drive the defense into a base defense. So for the Niners perspective right here, this is like a 4-3 under where you have the Sam linebacker up on the line of scrimmage as the 5th defensive lineman. You've got your 2 off-ball linebackers behind them, right? So you have your 7. But what happens here is that you get the safety creeping up into the box here as the 8th defender. So I can simplify things down to Sam here where I go, okay, Sam, we're going to run play action on this. And we're going to, if you get the safety climbing up, target your one-on-one. And you can probably anticipate that you're going to get JSN with some rolled up coverage here because over the back half of the schedule, JSN's been getting a lot of rolled up coverage. And the reason you've been missing the JSN bomb is because teams aren't singling him up anymore. They stopped doing that halfway into the season. So you see all of this very thing play out on this play, which is why I've replayed it time and time again, is that number one, you're having success in running the ball out of I formation, which has been better at run blocking out of I formation. But as well, you're going to force teams, if you run well like this out of it, to draw that safety into the box, all like Cam Chancellor used to be. And now you've got them in the bind, just like we do on this play here. So watch how this plays out. Still dreaming. I know I've showed this play a couple times. Shaheed at the bottom of the screen. He's freed up. He's deep. Shaheed at the bottom of the screen. He's freed up. He's deep. If Sam hits his back foot of his drop and he's looking at Shaheed instead of looking at JSN like he is here, he's got an opportunity to go throw a touchdown. Now he's looking at Shaheed, but you can watch what happens with the corner on the top side, because with the safety on the top side, because the safety on the bottom side, watch him here, Steel Dreaming. He comes down to the box. See, he's all sold out the whole way here to stop the run, that bottom side safety. See how he's running up, and then watch what happens with the backside guy. Backside guy's on JSN. So Shaheed gets totally ignored on this play. He is completely lost on this play by the defense of the Niners as far as they're going. We're going to go one-on-one, and you can see here with Shaheed, he's already starting to run by him here. If he throws this up ahead of him, that Niner cannot catch up to him. And the good news here with this, to your question, Still Dreaming, is that this last game, you did take a shot with Shaheed down the field. Now, unfortunately, I don't know why, they seem to have run like almost a post route and had Sam trying to throw a post route to Shaheed on the play, rather than just let him run the 9 route all the way up and let him just run past the guy. So I'd like more of him to try to do the 9 on that, but I think you go I formation, you get the play action, you get a safety drawn up in the box, you get a safety over on one side of the field that's going to then draw down onto JSN, and now you've got Shaheed on the other side to go take a shot down the field. If they get that look in this game, if I'm Kubiak, I'm instructing Sam throughout the week. If we get this look here in this pot and you get him with press coverage and Shaheed on the outside, like I just showed on this last snap, because this is the thing too with this, is that if you look at this, they've made the fatal flaw right from the jump on this. It's one thing if that bottom side corner's 5-10 yards and off coverage, right? Like, well, can Shaheed eat up the cushion? Can the guy keep and maintain on top with that cushion? But he's in press coverage. So if the Rams run you like that with the press coverage on the outside, he's going to run by this guy, no problem. I can tell this off the rip. The big key here from Sam's perspective just becomes the strong safety. Does that strong safety climb or not? If he stays on top, if they go cover 2, it's a different scenario, right? But if he climbs because he's worried about the run game like he does here, now it's opened up. So I do think it's there to be had. Still dreaming. Is this the week? Well, it's been a little bit of time, but it's not going to come through to JSN, I'll tell you that. JSN's going to have bracket coverage over the top. The Rams are going to make that a centerpiece of this a little bit, which means it's going to have to come back to Shaheed and Cooper Kupp and the like to work their one-on-one opportunities and to be able to eat and have a lot of space to work with within those one-on-one opportunities, to have no safety help at times over the top in those one-on-one opportunities. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. He says, the curse wheel hit the Rams, but I believe the wheel has been wrong the entire postseason. The Pope is with us regardless. That's true. Pope. And that supersedes all the dark magic out there, right, Jordan? But yeah, indeed, I did hear Brandon Perna's curse wheel has reportedly hit the Rams. It has hit the Rams this year once before, and it did hurt the Rams on the one other time it hit them before, I believe, with the exception of the postseason play. But Perna might have broke it a couple weeks ago. He got in there and started trying to manipulate it and started trying to play with forces he didn't understand. And he might have messed the whole thing up. But good point, man. We got the Pope at our back, Jordan. We're fine. We're fine. John, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, as a Hawk fan, I'm on Team Substation. I'm too. I say don't move it ever. Leave it there. It's It's all just woo-woo science there. Players, they're sure there's nothing to it. And if you go for another 10 years with ligament tears and ACLs blunt, maybe we'll get back around to it later, you know? I never wish injury on anybody, but it's kind of wild. It's kind of a wild, and boy, has it got a lot of traction here in the last few weeks, John. Whew. By next year, it'll just be commonplace. The players are like, yeah, they got that long 10,000 yard stare like they're heading back for another tour into Nam. Like, gotta go back to the substation. Paul Susi says, Brando, what do you think of Gruden as the new head coach? OC is what you're asking. Kind of feels like he's maybe been out of the game a little bit long. Like even when he came back to the Raiders the first time, he'd been out of the game for a bit of time. You know, it's been a bit. So I can't quite get there with that. I think certain coaches like that, especially offensively, with how things move and develop and adapt and evolve. You're out of it for that much time. I think you're just kind of behind the ball coming back into it. Brian says, when you focus on too much attention on one receiver, you're creating space for other receivers. It's got to be man or zone. Pick your poison. Bracken and Puka is going to get someone else open. It's true. Definitely Puka's the biggest threat at this point. Minksy, hey, Hawks Nest, do you think we can stop the Rams offense? And do you think our offense can score on the Rams defense? Do you think we can win? And what will be the score? I would say yes, all the way down on the line on that. I think we've gotten better as a team. I think we've got the ability to put points on the board on this Rams offense. I think we showed that even the last game, that it's not a defense that just has our number. We just got to play within ourselves. We got to stay to the blueprint, which is, balance, stay committed to running the ball, get into third makeable situations, and be patient offensively. I think if we do that, we'll be fine. And yeah, I definitely think Rams offense is not an unstoppable force. I think much as what happened last time, Minksy, was you're on a short week and some of the extra details of this scheme just couldn't get imparted before the game time that quick. But I think they'll get those details down this week. They'll have a very good offensive game plan. I think the scoring will be, I don't think it'll be a high scoring game. I think it's going to be pretty tight and probably comes down to the wire a little bit. I do have the Hawks winning 24-20. Kevin, Hawks Nest, I'm feeling Witherspoon and Imanwari covering Puka on either side with pre-snap motion, with EJ waiting to undercut the routes for Puka 5 to 10 yard catches. It's possible to do a game plan. It's kind of what I'm talking about. Just have at least a game plan. It doesn't have to be one that I'm necessarily carving out exactly. I like your idea of it, but it's much just have a game plan in place for him. It can't be just you just run your defense and then hope that that's going to work, as you've tried that and that hasn't just worked necessarily. And boy, it would not be great to come out of this game and you're looking at it going, well, Puka had 140 yards receiving, and it's because we once again walked in this game without a plan of approach of how to stop him. And we let their best player outside of Stafford beat us on the offense. It's like, that's the opposite of, I think, what this defense wants to do and the approach that it wants to impart on a weekly basis against any opponent. Take away what you want to do, make you play left-handed. And if you're letting Puka go off like that, you're not making them play left-handed. Can't go home on Stafford. You get hands up in the throwing lanes, try and chip it. It's gonna be one of my keys. One of my keys that I'm gonna look at here on Friday, I think. You gotta disrupt timing. Re-releases, yes, sir. Again, if you guys do have a question or comment for me, because we do have a lot of inner discussion in the chat. So just Brando B Hawks Nest. That way I know you're not just putting a comment out there in the chat, but you want me to respond to it. Lets me know. Grandizer Brando, did you get a chance to say anything yesterday? That Jake, man, he can talk. Did he take a break to breathe? Now time to collab with Payo Time. A fun stream, yes? Has a great stream. I got to get back with Pale Time. He's doing great work out there. I've been locking in with Jake just because we work so much with the round table, and I love his perspective with what he's got going on. But look, that's Jake, man. He's got a lot to say. He's feeling his team. And as I say with Jake, folks give him a hard time about the homer thing, but it's like, look, the way the Rams have played the last few years, how they played in the playoffs, the type of team they put together, more than worthy of being able to be lauded in such a way, I think, Jake is clearly someone that had to fight to have something in his house. Martin Brando, because of Charbonnet's injury, we have to bring Walker back on a new contract. Will the Seahawks do it or risk him getting a free agency? I would expect that they're going to get a contract done at this point. You got both Charbonnet and McIntosh coming off ACLs now this next year. So I would estimate that having a little bit more of a bird in hand at this point is probably going to be mightily important. And I think they've always got the franchise tag they can use as leverage. Brando and the substation is said to have been set up by space aliens built over an ancient Native American burial ground. Oh, and Bigfoot was seen in that area in 1970s. So goes the story. It just keeps growing. It's like a fish. A fish someone caught. Just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Haven't seen the injury report yet today, Brian. Kenny McIntosh is out for the season, so no getting him back. He's been fully IR'd. Holy Hand Grenade B, what is Mike's scheme based off of? Is it his own creation or built off someone else? Also, did you see the post sent you on X about Super Bowl? I did see the post. Cool on the colors, on the inverse of colors. We'll see if it's proven true on that side of it. But yes, the Mike McDonald scheme comes from the Buddy Ryan originally. Bears 46 defense is essentially the initial creation. Now it's far beyond what it was initially built into the mid 80s to be. It's very much different now, but essentially it comes from those origins. Is essentially the Ryan. And like all coaches, he's developed and modernized it and worked off of principles that Ryan didn't work off of. Like Ryan would live a little bit more in man coverage. He wants a little bit more in zone. Ryan wants to be heavy blitz heavy. McDonald, of course, has dialed a little bit of that part of this defense back a bit. That's been his addition to it. But yes. And thanks for sending me the post, man. Very cool. Love me some I formation catalyst. It's good stuff. Catalyst says Shaheed is essentially the Z recover there, and the ball should go there, not to JSN on the cross, but it's a good throw regardless. Yes, agreed. Shaheed should be the read there. And that's where with Darnold, as we saw earlier on in the year, it's gotten a little bit better, I think, in the back half of the season as he's adjusted to the fact that Jason's not getting the one-on-one coverage as he got at the start of the year. But it has been a thing that we've seen with Darnold in that he will sometimes get laser locked in on JSN. And then it just it gets problematic because the defense senses it, their eyes go there, they start squeezing down. Got to read it true. And still getting a little bit of the trust there with Shaheed, I think, to a degree. I forget this Pope's name. Cora Terry, do you think that our defense gave so many points to the Bucks and Rams at home because they were not used to the crowd noise, and that it's why they had a lot of communication issues? I think the Bucks game, you had a lot of injuries at not a great time, especially in that secondary, Corey. I think Mike McDonald as well kind of came out with a game plan that he himself pointed back to in retrospect and said it was very, I didn't set the team up for enough situations for success. And it was a little bit of like kind of vanilla soft zone defense. It was really kind of a change point for McDonald and how he called games going through the rest of the season, because his aggression and his willingness to stack boxes and his willingness to kind of dial up some heat was much more increased off of that game. So it definitely kind of changed some things in the way that they operated from it. I think with the Rams game, and the players have pointed to this on their press conferences when asked about that Rams game, is that when you have in this defense and Mike McDonald, you have a defense that's going to model itself every given week to every opposition. So what does this offense do? How do they want to win? What is it they want to, how they like to live? Where's their strengths? Where's their weaknesses? And Mike's going to model his scheme. This is different from defenses that are just going to line up and play what they're going to play, call what they're going to call. Now that's cool to have a defense like that. But when you have a defense that's going to be that intricate and that able to kind of mold around its opponent, then that means there's going to be a lot of different details every single week that particular defense has to be aware of and mindful of and built within their game plan for them to have success. And it takes all of the week. This is also what the players have said. This isn't me bringing up an excuse here. This is what the players have literally spoken about to this game and to that situation. You got to have all of the week. So you listen to Julian Love talk about it, and he's like, you get the game plan there on Tuesday, and you're like, whoa, this is a lot. This is a lot. And Wednesday, you start kind of figuring it out. Thursday, you're working through the thing. Friday, you're starting to understand now by Friday. And he says it takes till even by Saturday's walkthrough, they're still getting the last of the details ironed out. So when you have the shortened week, complicated base scheme, that's going to put you in a bit of a predicament as far as getting the ins and the outs done in the way that you want to do them. And it's going to affect his scheme particularly in that way. Now, the opposite then is also true to this, Corteri, which is that when you give Mike extra time to prepare for opponents, this is also why he's been, let's say, 5-0 in the last 3 years coming off a bye. His defense is his team's. Because when you give him extra time now, that many more details, that many more cuts he can put in to the game plan. So I think that second matchup was as much as that. Corteri, when you go back to the first matchup against the Rams in LA, you hold Stafford to 130 yards passing. Rams dialed it back a little bit in that offensively because they realized we were turning the ball over like we were, but it's also the defense playing really, really well. Really well. So I'm not sure it's as much the communication issues. They missed a few details. They didn't get a couple things done in that first Rams game, but that was as much of, I think, just not getting the attack strategy down to the nth degree by game plan, which this is why coaches and players hate, part of why players and coaches hate Thursday night games so much, because it does restrict you in that way. John Naylor, thank you for another $2 donation. Says, substation to San Francisco will be like hitting in T-Mobile. Exactly. Why do what just affects our guys? That's such a good comparison, because that's how I always felt in T-Mobile is like other offenses would go in there and you just knew it was part of that was the cumulative effect of playing in that stadium for so long for some hitters, especially right-hand power hitters, where it just would start to get in their heads a little bit. One sec here, folks. And thank you for all the donations. You guys are super kind. Still dreaming. Thank you for the $2 donation still. So looking ahead, Horton Shaheed JSN, good problem. Yeah, it's a good problem to have. I'm not sure how the team's going to do it exactly on this with that. So it's good to get Horton back, and can't hurt on your health and depth standpoint to get him back in tow, certainly. But as well, it does come down to a little bit of a Horton or Shaheed situation between the two of them of who's going to play. Cooper Kupp's not going to lose the snaps out of the slot, especially for what he brings as far as a run blocker goes in there. So how they accommodate it, I'm not really sure. And this also does get a little bit muddled by the fact that you're not a high volume passing attack team. So it's a good problem to have, but it's not going to be just easy to, well, Horton gets back in there and there's going to be some touches there for him, and then Shaheed, and you're having a hard time just getting touches to Shaheed as it is right now. And again, good problem to have, but one where I think it's good to have him back, but not necessarily going to be game changing bringing him back, given the nature of this offense right now. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. He says, you notice that true freshman running back in Miami's offense during that Natty game? He stays healthy. He's going top 5 in a couple of years. Definitely looks like a really good back, man. Yeah, he was very impressive. Miami's got a couple of very impressive players on that team coming out of it, even though they lost the game. So got to watch close on that. You know, the thing with this, Jeffrey, and something that I've learned this year with this is that these guys in college right now with the NIL and the hunger that you used to see with players where you would see improvement consistent and constant and growth constant and going and all that stuff. I hope it is the case. I see a lot of players, and it's going to be a big problem in this draft where they start having a good year here, maybe freshman year or sophomore year, and then they fall off a cliff and they're not able to ever recapture it. And you wonder, is it hunger? Is it you got paid then? You're a multimillionaire. And like we know, you get some guys become multimillionaires and they dial it back. You know, not every person becomes a multimillionaire, and you see that they've got a hunger and a fierce spirit to want to then be great. And so we'll learn, you know, a little bit with him on this. But he's very, very talented, to your point, and could definitely see him being that in a couple of years if he's able to keep this strong and true. What do we have? Kind of like a Leonard Fournette was probably the last back like that, where as a freshman, you kind of got that impact of the guy and you go, ooh, this guy's going to be one hell of a player. Now he's a hell of a player now, but a difference-making kind of player, like you say, or the hardest place to get to as a running back was essentially that top 5 kind of state of things in a draft. It's good to see you in the house, though, Jeffrey. Thank you for the dono. Industry Worth, thank you for the $2 donation. Would they ever move that power plant? They're talking about it right now. I mean, it's when it's to the point that it's in the players' heads because the players are speaking about it multiple times over. I mean, hell, you listen to one guy, the former tight end that's there. He's on that Titans podcast with Luan and him, and he was on there. I forget the guy's name, but he was talking about in practice, he could hear like the humming going through his head. Like it was that strong. And they had like a power station at one point blow up out there when they were on the practice field. The thing is, what's going to happen here, Industry Worth, is because owners are notoriously cheap when it comes to, if they can get the public funds to foot the bill and they don't have to, they will try to do everything they can to make that happen. So they're going to try to make the funds be public to move it, I'm sure. Then you're going to probably see the public go, no, we don't want to do that. And then the owner's like, well, I don't want to have to eat $20 million for this. This is stupid. So does it get moved? Does it not? Yeah, we'll see on this. But it is in the players' heads a little bit here. Worth. I told B some secrets about athletes. Maybe share. Maybe. No, because then that's what makes them secrets. So it makes them secrets. I did speak about that. I know which one you're talking about. I was telling them a little about that. The medical center and all those guys go get MRI and they all got a little something going on with them. A little some. Appreciate you, Industry Worth. Have a good day, Cal. Go Hawks, dabbing and trot. Kyle said, I don't think they can move the plant. If they did, it's an admission of guilt and they would have a lot of lawsuits. They might be on a lot of lawsuits on their hand as it is. If there's anything that gets proven on this, it's still going to come down unless they got those guys to sign a waiver or something. Go Hawks, Cody. Please, if you can for me, folks, hit that like button today. Maybe sub on up. I'd really appreciate it. Jeffrey says that Indiana quarterback was kind of meh to me. I don't think he'll be much on the next level, and he seems to magoo to be a quarterback. They're going to pick him, man. But to your point, I think you're touching on, Jeffrey, why I have so much of the I don't get it with him. I walked into this whole playoffs with Indiana, and I'd done my evaluation on Mendoza. I looked at a variety of his games. He's a third round talent to me. Well, it's still a day 2 guy, but you're drafting him in like the Milrow place of the draft, essentially. And really good college quarterback, but we've got a lot of years of a lot of really good college quarterbacks that don't pan out at the NFL level. And I think arm strength, mobility, 2 things that are going to be in pretty good question coming out of this draft. And I don't understand why that then necessitates he should be the number 1 pick. But it seems like the Raiders are dead set on making him that. I think they're going to look back on it again with that one and go, boy, probably should have waited. But as we know, Jeffrey, these teams can't wait. They can't hold back. They can't help themselves. Kevin says Horton will be great once Cup retires, and they'll probably release Bobo. Yeah, he's a free agent after this year, Kevin. He probably just goes in free agency potentially somewhere. Catalyst, wonder what flaws Ruben Bain has been. Well, he's a power guy who then actually gives you more dip and bend, or just a little bit more dip and bend than you would typically get from guys that are that strong and powerful and big coming off the edge. And it allows him to counter his game up. So some of these power guys are just, everything's going to be 2-handed bull rush or the long arm bull rush. Like you get snap after snap after snap, and they're never really a threat to take the edge. So offensive linemen, when they get back in their pass sets, Catalyst can bump it a bump it a bump. And I'm anchoring that bad boy down. You know, I'm setting my ass down and I am anchored because I'm expecting that power. And that's, and so what happens is if you get an offensive lineman pump a bump and he sets down and he anchors, but then I have a defensive end that will dip and run the edge, you know, basically around that arc. I'm sitting here ready for his power. I get the arc. I can't react in time to get down to him. And then he's going to get past me. And because he's a big guy, I can't force him out the back of the pocket like I could the super twitchy guys that are a little bit underweight. We try to snatch that edge all the time when they're running around the arc of the pass rush. So now I try to push him, and he's just going to be pushed right back into the quarterback. But Ruben Bain's my number 1 edge in this draft. I think he's got a lot of elements to his game of kind of a Reggie White. And Reggie White was a lot of the same way, where Reggie was just as powerful as you would see coming off the edge, but then had bend, but then could get sideways a little bit as he was rounding the corner on you. And so he made you have to play him straight up and true to where you had to both honor the power and you had to honor the ability to lose the edge. And that meant that you couldn't really ever fully neutralize him on any given snap. And that meant you probably needed some help on just about every given snap. And Ruben Bain, a guy that doesn't have as much production this year, and that's the knock people will have a little bit there with them, Catalyst, but some of that just comes from the fact that offenses were so, and hopefully you could see it a little bit in the playoffs, very much targeting him with the chips, targeting him to get some of the help out there, very rarely leaving their guy on an island out there against him. He's even got the Reggie kind of hump move, where you can kind of put the one arm up and just sort of, you know, fling him with that one arm. Just really strong, powerful edge. Just got a little bit of that dip to him too, but I don't quite get him into blue chip range of things. I wouldn't have him in kind of like, you know, that Myles Garrett element of areas, you know, but still first round graded guy and definitely number 1 edge in this class. Oh, MRI. That's what you're saying. Is that Marie? Bo Brando. Martin Brando, is there a running back in the upcoming draft that the Seahawks should be thinking about bringing in? Will we stick with Bradford next season? Probably think right now as it stands that Bradford's probably coming back next year as your right guard, and Sundell's probably coming back as your center. You have Haynes there, right guard, to back up Bradford, and the team probably just kind of rolls along with what they got there. Feeling like they've done the work, especially after Cross's extension. There's some backs in this draft, Martin. As far as like pure schematic fits guys, there's guys that generally fit. I I don't know if there's ones that stand out that are like those typical like Shanahan running backs, which would be a little bit bigger than average size, hyper explosive, good speed on the back end. There's not necessarily those kind of backs in this draft that are littered throughout, but there's some solid ones that we could take a look at anywhere from into the 2nd through the 6th, 7th round. So I certainly would expect John probably goes more day 3 than day 2 at this point. Some of this will be determined, Martin, that if you let Walker go, then the chances of going into day 2 or maybe even first round are maybe a potential on the board. I think if Love's off the board, you wouldn't do it first round, but second round, if you let Walker go in free agency, then you're definitely probably drafting early. If you keep Walker, then you're probably going to be taking a running back later on in the draft, probably day 3, I would say. But I don't have a specific guy that stands out to me that's this guy's the guy we have to go after and get. It's kind of like a lot of this draft on it, Martin. It's like they're fine. You're going to find functionality, but you're not finding a lot of sizzle in this draft at the position. Rainey, Brando, what's the history with running backs tearing their ACLs like Sharps? Is he still going to be the same player next season? Hard to say because different running backs react differently to the ACL tearing. It generally terms it's come far along ACL repairs to where guys can get back pretty much to what they were prior. So I think that him still being a young player helps us out quite a bit. But every guy reacts to the surgery different, and it's a major, reconstruction of your ligament. And you never know how each body's going to react one to the other. Probably also helps with a guy like Charbonnet that he's more of a guy built upon, a little more about the power and getting downhill on you. And that might aid him a little bit in this. So a guy like Nick Chubb, for instance, tore his ACL back at Georgia. Kind of that back too, the balance, contact balance, get downhill on you. He was able to go to the Browns and be very good as a pro. So there's a lot of those stories like that. There's Adrian Peterson coming back off an ACL and becoming an MVP. Now, was he aided a little bit by, Captain Syringe to get a little bit of that return? Maybe so. Will Sharps have to maybe go to Switzerland? Maybe so. But yes, there's a good chance with medical science coming forward on this, they're getting better at the surgery, and these players are getting much more, improved as far as being able to come back than they've ever been when it comes to that. I have a lot more confidence in that one to be able to come back close or back to what you were than I would, let's say, an Achilles, where it's like, yeesh, good luck. Pickens to the Bills? Maybe. Could be an interesting fit there for Josh. Kind of feel like the Cowboys don't want to let him go. But boy, he's going to command so much. No, Pickens won't go to the Vikings. Vikings got receivers for days. They're fine. Well, they got their 2 starters. Let me say that. It's all about route. I like route disruption idea, John. For sure. Faux show. John says there's no way they can set legal precedents for the substation because then there'd be a billion other lawsuits. Probably true. Makes it sticky, right? Especially if they know that it is an issue somehow. Like, we know it's an issue, we want to fix it, but if we fix it, then acknowledge it was an issue, and if we acknowledge it was an issue, we're going to have to pay out the nose. And the amount of those lawsuits, you got all these players coming at you being like, lost earning here, lost earning there. Class action lawsuit. You have like Aaron Brockovich style out there in San Francisco. Yeah, I'm not sure on John Gruden is an OC fit. I think he's just been out of the game a little too long, Paul. Slimy Brandon, what do you think about the Dark Side song by Andreas? It's great, man. Love it. Wish I could play some of it. I don't want to get hit with the copyright stuff, but I'm going to try to see if I could reach out to him, maybe use that a little bit, especially going on the Super Bowl run. That'd be pretty cool. Put it in there a little bit with you guys, That'd be fun. John Plus trying to prove that other lawyers would destroy and pick apart in 2 seconds because all they have to do is get their specialist to bone. It's true. I didn't know the frequency of cats purring actually heals damaged bones. Yeah. Cool little fact, huh? It's EMF, not L. I think he meant EMF. Typo. Story Orton going to be active for this game? Hard to say, Dwayne. We've got to wait for an update from Mike, and we haven't gotten any real update on Torrey Horton aside from he's got a long road. That was kind of the last thing that we heard from him. We've got the IG post here that he just did here recently. It's got you guys in a flutter, rightfully so. Oh, are you ready to come back? Is that an indicator right there? Hard to say. Hard to say. Kids won't play as well like Irish famines. Mick, Brandon, it stinks we'll miss out on McDaniel. If you could predict where Kubiak will go, what would you go? What would you choose? I mean, I think the Raiders make a lot of sense. They got a long way to go. There's not, Atlanta team is a little bit more of like, would have been more of a slam dunk for them. There's been some places that just didn't make sense for Kubiak, like Baltimore, for instance, never really added up as being a spot to me that made a lot of sense. But most of these jobs that do remain out there are not exactly attractive spots. I mean, maybe Buffalo could be a team that gets into the mix on this and says, let's bring in an offensive-minded guy who can help Josh out rather than just sort of throw everything on Josh's shoulders and say, make it happen. So that could be a spot that actually could prove to be a little attractive maybe for Kubiak. A little bit of an opened division there as far as first trying to go out there and, let's say, take on the Cardinals job in this division. But I don't have one that's a clear-cut one for me, Mick. A couple places that make some general sense. No. Mick says the Bills owner really messed up during his press conference today. Oh, Lord. Yeah, not good. Throwing shade at former head coaches you just fired and saying Keon Coleman was really a coach's call. And it doesn't look good because, number one, your coach doesn't have general manager authority. And yes, you want your general manager listening to him. But if your general manager wasn't on board with that player and he's being drug kicking and screaming to drafting this receiver, well, that doesn't speak to the confidence you should have in your general manager who you just promoted. So Bill's not looking like a very clean organization at the moment, Mick, to your point. Slimy Seahawk, Brandon, who would you rather, Max? Who would you rather, Max Crosby or Myles Garrett? I mean, probably Myles Garrett. Player for player. It's not super easy because you have about 4 years of age difference between the two, and Myles is probably getting pretty close to where, this is probably his topped out season as far as his apex. He's probably only going to go down from here into the future a little bit. Not steep fall off, but that is coming with his age. But he's far and away the best defensive lineman in the sport right now, even still. Sounds like Holy Lonnie's going to be good to go here, Mick, which is big. You're right about that. That's very helpful versus the alternative there. He's got familiar with the scheme, familiarity with the players around him. It's been the system. It'll be good. Patrick says, fact, frequencies can cure many things, including cancer. Yes, it can. Thank you, Industry Worth, for reminding me. Please do hit that like button today. Sub on up if you get a chance. I would really appreciate it. Helps out the channel tremendously when you guys do so. Patrick, if we had Max, we would have a ginger power on both sides. Indeed, we would. Do never underestimate the power of the dark sword, and never underestimate the power of the gingers. BB Lee. Brandon, you need to replace that Metcalf jersey. I will try to get to it this offseason. It's definitely something I know gets stuck in some folks' craw on that side of it. So I've been hesitant to do so because a lot of what you see behind me is provided for me by fans of the channel who've been so kind enough to come out of their own pocket and send this stuff to me. And especially in that case, the Metcalf jersey was fairly expensive. So I feel a little bit bad taking it down when people give gifts like that, in that way. But with that said, I don't want it to be a point of discussion in the future where it becomes an issue for people when, we're having chats about Hawks or whatever. And it becomes kind of, I get it. It strikes folks in the way that it strikes folks. So we will try to get it replaced this off season as we can, but I'm in season right now, man. I'm humming around. I'm running. Just don't have the time. So if you want to order it up for me right now and get it up, I can get it up by this weekend. But otherwise, I gotta wait until we get into the off season when I got a little bit of a moment to breathe. These NFL years, it goes fast and busy. Martin says, Brandon, is there any chance that Kubiak ends up staying? Not sure. I'd say a lot of teams looking for head coach represent an unbelievable opportunity. I agree with you. I don't think that there is necessarily one that's that way. I think that it does come down to being less about the unbelievable opportunity and more about is there a team giving me a 5-year contract for $25 million to be a head coach? And that's just going to be kind of the bottom line on it. And so that, that being the case, unfortunately, it probably means that he moves and he goes on. And I thought this when we had like 6 teams that it was likely he was going to move on. Now that we've reached 9, 10, whatever we're at, as far as the number of teams, it just, to me, makes it even more. Every organization that's moving off of a coach just increases the chances that much more. So it's a chance. But again, on this one, Martin, and you're not alone for mentioning this, there's a lot of folks in my chat over the past couple of weeks that have been very hot to trot on this idea of Kubiak turning down a head coaching job. I love where their mind's at. I would love to think that this is something that Kubiak is thinking about. But when we do fit to NFL history, this is not what's on coordinators' minds when it comes to being given a job opportunity. And what people will do, Martin, is they'll go, Ben Johnson, Ben Johnson, Ben Johnson, Ben Johnson, when I say this. And it's like, okay, Ben's the one outlier. Every other guy that gets offered a job is going to go take that job. It's just not in the nature of him turning it down. And there's a lot of reasons for this. You don't know when you're next going to get a job opportunity like this again, number one. Number two, it's a significant raise. It's not a small raise. It's generational wealth. It's you going from making $750,000 to you making a guaranteed 5-year, $25 million deal. And when you have that kind of money on the table, that's hard to turn down. All those factors make it real hard to turn down. And I just think that at the end of the day, that will win out more than am I getting to go to a great destination or not. Thank you for understanding me. We'll get it fixed. We'll get figured out this offseason, man, for sure. It's on my to-do list. Stitch, thoughts on them slow playing Shaheed's pass catching abilities this year, and he exposed for over 100 yards this game on smart quick throws where he breaks away. I'm calling a 40-plus yard catch this week. I definitely think he's due, Stitch Hawk, to get open deep. I've been playing this thing like they used to play movies at old theaters until the film would run out. I've been playing this play over and over again. Shaheed at the bottom of your screen. Gets one-on-one coverage. Safety drops down in the box. Shaheed runs deep over the top. This play has been there on film in other places that I've watched. They took a deep shot last week, although it was a post route rather than a 9 route, and the defender just got in front of Shaheed on the route. I don't think that they've been slow playing Shaheed's pass catching abilities. I think that, to your point, there's a lot of room here for him to have a breakout game and him to go off a little bit. But I think what's happened is that you've seen a few different things within this. Number one, he's come mid-year to the team offensively. It's hard to acclimate a wide receiver in mid-year into a season. Number two, you have an offense that's, what are we going to be, 25th in passing attempts this year? And that's carried through to the playoffs where you had 17 passing attempts in your first playoff game. So when you have an offense that's going to be so run-driven as ours, one of the most run-driven offenses in the entire sport, and then your passing targets of being that bottom 25, half those passing targets then go to JSN, it just means that there's if we had started out with this full pie and you take all those factors in, you're just left with this small little slice of pie there for JSN to find that productivity. It's not a deficiency to him. It's not a slow playing thing. It's just that when you're this good, when you're able to win by just running the ball, you don't need your pass catcher sometimes. With that said, I do think this is a week where him fitting in and finding that, productivity that we could use from that position would be great, because I do believe the Rams are going to drive some of their coverage over to JSN. Coop will get a couple catches in there, but there'll be the room for Sheed to come in there and get himself 5-6 catches. Is it over 100 yards? I don't know. But is there a big play there to be had? Yeah. Is it maybe even just a 65-yard day is more than enough? I think it would be. But it's there. It's there, Stitch, for sure. He explodes this week for the first time in pass game. I could see it. You saw it there on that play, man. Run I formation. Get read simplified at that point, because you get the base defense from the Rams, which you can anticipate. They're going to run base. They won't run nickel in that situation. You see one of the safeties climb into the box. You know the other safety is going to angle his way over to JSN, and whatever route JSN's running, run the 9 with Rashid to the other side, especially if in this case, like this play here, he actually gets press coverage. That'd be the final indicator to me. Press coverage, safety climbs in the box. I'm taking my shot. Do you think Sam Darnold would sign my Vikings jersey? Maybe. Maybe he'd write like F the Vikings on it or something. Appreciate you, me. Now we just got to figure out which one we're going to replace it with here. Let's get some Barner some touches, man. Attack those linebackers in coverage. And Grenade says, B, can you explain the tush push, why everybody wants it banned? It must be more than just a quarterback sneak. I just don't think it's a really fun football player for fans, right? Like, it's just a play that like has gotten very automatic, number one, for the most part. It can be stopped, but it's still very rare. And it's one that's probably going to, like, players talk about this. Seahawks players have talked about it, even asked about it. I think Zabel was asked about it here. You're doing what you're not supposed to do in football, which is that you're never supposed to lower your head in football. But because it's a play where the low man wins, you quite literally are torpedoing yourself almost towards the turf post snap to ensure that you're going to get the leverage win to get the push. So it's one where it puts the players a little bit at potentially in danger, especially in head and neck injury kind of situations, on top of just being a play that's not a skillful play. It's just kind of like we're running a pile of bodies into another pile of bodies, and you can't see what's happening. And it's the NFL would be more exciting with it removed, in my opinion. But the injury side of it just sort of makes that all the more certain. Jeffrey B is going to move back to Seattle if we go back to back. DK going to be Wilson and bounce from team to team until he retires. It's sad. Maybe I would have to get back there if we go back to back quicker. No, I think DK is going to be at Steelers for a while here. They signed up on, I think, a 5-year contract, so he's there. But we'll see. Hard to say. Tough year there for DK. Patrick, did you see the video with the Seahawks players using the belt on the sidelines? I did. That was very good. Very cool. Mick says it's crazy. There were 10 coaching vacancies this offseason. Teams are getting more and more desperate, it seems like. More and more desperate, less and less patient. And that's just one where, like, that's not you now being driven by an intelligent move. That's you being driven by a sense of urgency, which may or may not be real or true. And are you best driven by an urgency when you need to do things that are a little more of a slow roll approach? So I think it speaks to that. Absolutely, I do, Mick. I don't think it speaks to these organizations being particularly smart in their approach. And I don't think it's going to lead to a lot of them finding much success in the future off the back of it, quite frankly. Joe, K9 better than Kyron? I agree. Yeah, Dogzilla, if Coop gets job offers, he'll do whatever pays best. Yep, take whatever pays best. Agreed. Boo Brando, I can't believe Nagy was serious candidate for the Titans. Saleh will be the Niners DC again in 3 years, tops. Laughing out loud. Maybe so with that Tennessee team, because Saleh went to New York with not a lot in the cupboard, fairly bare, and it ain't much more well stocked, if lesser stocked, out there in Tennessee. I guess at least this way. Last time maybe he had a little bit of a better team, but no quarterback. Now he's got the quarterback and no team. So we'll see what Saleh can do out there in Tennessee. He's got a guy. I like what he's got in Cam Ward, but man, my goodness, they got to figure out their offensive line and defense and a lot of stuff. Who's the richest Hawks players? like I said, technically it would have to be Sam, right? Top 5 quarterback, and we paid him what we paid him, so probably him. Got a pretty young roster, hasn't made all their money yet. Mick, that Baker tweet about Stefanski was great. It's crazy they had gotten rid of him when they did. I also can't wait to see Liam Cohen and Saleh going up against each other after their big fight earlier. I didn't see the Baker tweet, but definitely I've been a big fan of Stefanski. He got a bad break out there in Cleveland, man. I think he was not given a good fair shake. One of those guys, great offensive mind. You never give him a quarterback, and then you hold him to account. It's like, well, why did you, as a general manager, front office for 5 years, never give me a quarterback? That's still your fault. Is it? Is it really though? Martin Brando, which injury weakens the team more, Charbonnet for the Seahawks or Witherspoon for the Rams? I'm leaning slightly on Witherspoon's injury and will have a bigger impact to the Rams. Yeah, I mean, it's Witherspoon, I would say. That's their guy that they walked into the season believing was their number one outside corner. That was their guy that they thought could erase the number one wide receiver for the other team. And so losing him is bigger than us losing our second running back. And look, Charbonnet is kind of a de facto 1B to 1A of Walker, but there's more impact play in play losing a number one cornerback versus the guy that's in for maybe 40%, 45% of your offensive snaps. There'll be an impact losing Charbonnet though. I'm not saying that we are not going to feel it, especially in pass pro with what he does as far as picking up blitzers and then chipping and what he does as far as his weld down by the goal line is going to be missed. But yeah. Mimi Brando, what's with the virtual measurements? They don't do it every game. They just pick and choose whether to place the ball, use the chains or the virtual measurement. Can the NFL just pick a lane? Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it either. I'm just as confused with you on that one. Like, what are we doing here? Mimi, what's with the Falcons always having to hire the coach as fast as possible every season since Dan Quinn and before? What coach did it to that franchise? I don't know, man. They seem to get hot to trot on candidates, and that once they got a hot to trot on a guy, they're just jumping on him fast. They weren't exhaustive in the last coaching search. I don't know if they were even exhaustive in the Quinn coaching search. So just their ownership seems to be that way where they kind of fall in love with certain guys. I will say to their point on the coaching cycle with Stefanski and hiring him, this is a really lean coaching cycle. This is probably why as much Kubiak's going to be likely to go too. It's just there's not a lot of really vibrant candidates out there. Now, one could say maybe Feed Me This would have been where you come back and stay with Raheem rather than getting jumpy, stay with a guy that won the last 4 games of the season and seemed to have finally started to find some answers. But that's what bad organizations do, is that they'll fire a coach just as he starts to find answers, say nothing of failing. And so I don't know, man. They're a little weird. Jeff says, offensive line must be dominant unit in this game. I think this is definitely one of those ones. He who controls the trenches on both sides of the ball, Jeff, wins this game. And that's got to include our offensive line too, to your point. So yeah, I got to dominate, got to at least dominate the run game, at least be a bigger factor in what the Rams defense can supply run defense wise so that you can lean on that offensively throughout. Kakai's with me. Trench play is going to be huge. Huge. Jeff Jennings, confirmation on Holani? Yes, no? This is a yes. They wouldn't be activating him unless the intention wasn't to have him go live. So he'll be live on Sunday. He'll be your number 2 back. Alberto, hello, Brandon. It's a shame we're rivals this weekend, but may the best team win in the end, and we all have respect for each other as friends. 100%, Alberto. You're always a welcome addition into the community and chat, man. Fist tap to you too as well. Much respect to you and the organization. And it's right. These are all a lot of trash talk always this week, and a lot of things get heated at times. As I said, with this going into the playoffs, Alberto, that's the unfortunate part of this is we all have to face each other a little bit potentially. Is that becomes the heat of the moment, and we don't get to maybe as much stand back and appreciate what this division's done this year, how good these teams were this year until we get through the end of the season a bit. But it's made the year funner too. And I don't think we would have it any other way that it's us two duking this thing out at the end of the season. And let's have at it. Let the chips fall where they may. Have a great game. And as we know with this, the winner is likely the one team that's going to probably go win the Super Bowl. It's not going to be easy going there, but definitely the matchups you got set up for you now as the next game beyond this is pretty ripe as far as that territory goes. Boost, as Stefanski gets way too much credit and people think Kubiak has no personality. Stefanski's post-game speeches work better than NyQuil. I'm not to say that I think that he's a great coach necessarily, Boo. I would just say to try to be consistent on this, this is a little bit like drafting the quarterback and then not getting him the offensive line, then not getting him consistent coaching, then not getting him skill position players to work with on the outside, where you just sort of decide like the Raiders are going to do with Mendoza, this will be our savior, fix it, savior. And I think likewise, when it comes to an offensive coach, if you hire an offensive head coach, your priority number one has got to be to get that guy a capable, competent signal caller. It doesn't have to be the superhero quarterback, but you got to find a guy at least that can fit into that role of being able to execute the offense, right? And so when I look at Stefanski there with Cleveland, by and large, he's not been given a quarterback to help him execute his offense. Was it really him on Deshaun Watson, or was that more of the ownership like we had heard pushing for that? And then if that's the case, that's far from his fault, right? And so he may turn out to not be a great head coach, but this is like what I say with the quarterbacks that fail in that first destination spot as well. You don't have it. You're in no position to be able to make the determination because you didn't take care of your fundamentals to be able to reach that conclusion. Because there's kind of that question mark that still kind of is drifting out there. Well, if we had gotten him the quarterback, would the results have been way different in Cleveland? If I had gotten him an actual functional guy that could play the position, do we actually push for more playoff contention with that defense and what's going on? I think there's a good argument to be made that they would. But it's as much as trying to get behind him as much as just saying, don't make that kind of hire if you don't have any pathway to get him a quarterback to make his offense functional. I thought the same thing, Boo, with Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith goes to Atlanta. Who did they get him at quarterback? Like, what did they get him to make his offense work? And yeah, he's a run-centric guy, but he needs a guy that's at least capable as a passer. And the Falcons never got him that, and he might suck as a head coach too, just like Stefanski, but you messed up in being able to make any evaluation there because you just didn't handle what you should have handled. Alberto says, for Sam, how long can you see him as quarterback one in Seattle, regardless of the outcome for the season? I mean, next 5-6 years, Alberto. I don't think there's any reason to look on to the future that we've got to be moving off him. He's not an older player. He came in the league very young. So I know he's been in the league for a while, but he came in at like 20 years old. I think he's only 27 or something like that. So he's just entering his physical prime. So glad we have our own Pope Leo. There we go. Kevin says, can we all just sit back and say, no matter what happens, at least it isn't that whack-ass, good-for-nothing 49er organization in the playoffs? Santa Clara soft serves. Oh, Lordy. Tom Grossi picked us to win. Let's go, Tom. Yes. Perna hits the curse wheel on one side. Grossi picks us on the other side. The money is in the bank, Brenny. In the bank, I tell you. Jack of no trades, go Hawks. I love this team. Shout out to the 12s. Best fan base in the league. You better believe they are. Best fan base in the league, no doubt about it. Industry Worth. Thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I'm still interested in your 4-point model on theory. How does it apply to upcoming games? It's more about teams. That my 4-point theory is more about teams. Teams find themselves in 4 different states. They're either rebuilding, ascending, or they're in purgatory, or they're elite. And if they're the reason why it's important, it's more of an off-season thing, industry, where you as a team get in the off-season, your season concludes, and you can look at your record and say, our record means this and this and this about our team. Or you really got to look deeper at your team beyond the record and say, no, what are we really? Where are we really at? How did we get to the record this year? Was it off of an easy schedule? Was it off of a hard schedule? Was it injuries that deprived us? Was it something else? And this is important because the biggest issue that teams make, the biggest mistake teams make beyond a position at the quarterback or looking for the next great coach constantly, the biggest issue becomes misidentifying where you truly are at on that pecking order. And the biggest place that it exists is that you have teams that are actually truly in purgatory, which sounds like what it is. You're in this place, you can't get out of it. You're stuck there. You're not really progressing forward. You're not going backwards. You're just kind of in this state of limbo. And teams get stuck there and they think that instead they're elite. So they make a lot of decisions that off season where they go, we're elite. We're ready to go over the top. So let's just top the tank off here and let's go. And then they come to find, no, we were actually in still sort of ascending mode. We weren't quite at that elite stage. And so it's important because it keeps you from making bad decisions to identify properly where your team is at, number one. And then also as well, at number two, it tells you of when to be aggressive and when not to be aggressive. Because if I'm an elite team, now's the time that I go for trade deadline moves. Now's the time that I'm willing to sacrifice future space for the now. So it's one where this is a theory I've developed to just teams every offseason, I think we're going to see it again this offseason, just look at themselves, and they tend to look at themselves with sort of the glass half full thing, which is fine to be positive and good, but not when your positivity leads you in the direction of making bad decisions, which is oftentimes what it will do for teams. So they're really rebuilding, but they think they're elite, or they're really in ascension, but they're actually in purgatory. It's a very common problem you see from teams. Great question though, Worth. Patrick, Darnold, Lawrence, Cup, top 3 in money for Seahawks. Darnold has some crazy incentives too. Yeah, he does. He's hitting some of those bad boys. And we don't have to worry about Darnold for at least another year. So don't have to worry about that contract. We'll figure out what's what next year. Alberto, when I don't see Zbot at the round table, I knew he definitely was not in a good mood. I don't blame him to have the guy and always come up short, especially this year with no Mahomes, Lamar, etc. Yeah, he was feeling it coming for weeks on end, and you could sense he knew what was about to maybe potentially happen here, and he wasn't happy by it, and I can't blame him. I can't either on that. Especially the last 2 years to me, Alberto, where his season ends on officiating, basically. And that's even a harder pill to swallow. It's one thing if you just lose and you fall short. It's another thing when it's like, oh no, our end of our season got costed by calls at the end of the season. I don't know if I shrug that off super easy either. I'd be pretty angry about it as well. Martin says, Brando, heard a rumor that Detroit Lions will be hoping to bring Reek Woolen in during free agency. Have you heard anything about this? I haven't. I don't know if it makes a lot of sense. I mean, if there's one team that I might look at in the league that I would say is not going to be the fit for Woolen to go there, it's going to be the team that wants to chew kneecaps and play, grindy, tough-ass football, right? Super physical, grindy, tough-ass football. So, as well, Martin, they just went and signed DJ Reed this last offseason to a pretty big contract. I don't think that worked out too well in their favor. So, maybe I guess if they're looking at getting out of the Reed deal, but they've got the kid they drafted in the first round a couple of years ago as well as their outside corner. So I can't see that fit there really. So I can make a factory analysis, test the model. Hell yeah. It's kind of just one I've sort of been workshopping for a few years. Slubby one's confident. If the Rams look how bad they looked the last 4 weeks, it's a blowout.
Enough said.
Enough said. Kakai, Alberto, I feel like the Bills keep Brandon Beane as a gentleman. Big mistake, Kakai. That's a big one. I agree. Tony Wright, how you doing, man? Hello, Brandon. Congratulations on your great season, and you're not done yet. Is Kenny McIntosh available for your team now with Zach Charbonnet out for the season with an injury? No. He's Dunsky. He had the ACL as well, him and Sharps both, so both are gone for the year. And that's unfortunate. We get them both back next year, which is fortunate. Hopefully one of the two or both of them are good to go next year on that side. But we've got George Holani will be the guy that we activate as the number 2. And then Velus Jones will be your number 3 coming to this game. May even have a number 4. Maybe even a Cam Akers you activate too. Hard to say. Hard to say. You just require for me to interview? Well, I'm always open for interview on that, Cal. I'm always open for interview. We can figure it out. Patrick, I don't know how Z-Bot could be in a worse mood than Jesse, our new roundtable poet. I know. That was great last night. If you guys didn't get a chance, I had Jesse reading his love poem to Sam Darnold last night on the NFC West Roundtable to start off the NFC West Roundtable. So if you didn't get a chance to check that out, it's worthwhile. He put together a hell of a poem, if I don't mind me saying. And yeah, I don't think I don't know though. I think Z-Bot's even worse with it because like with Z-Bot, you got to remember at least Jesse like grew up on the Niners, right, when they were in their height of their powers. So like he can remember Montana, he can remember Steve Young. Z-Bot doesn't even have a remembrance of the time they lost 4 straight times in the Super Bowl. So for him, it's like even darker, especially again, too, just the finishing of the open year and then the last 2 years finishing with officiating calls that are just, you're going, dude. Or also, Brandon, your whiner rap was amazingly perfectly describes them. I love that. I love those beats, dude. I love dropping those beats on that. Let's do one, huh? Let's get a little Timu Tom.
Brock Purdy look like Jimmy Neutron for Sheen. Timu Tom Brady got your quarterback from Sheen.
And Bean is the one who construct that roster in the first place. He did. The fact that he's getting promoted here and that, in my opinion, Billy Bean the last 2 seasons in a row could have been fired just merely for the fact that he didn't address the wide receiver position at the trade deadline in either 2 years. I'm looking at Seahawks pulling off a Rashid Shaheed and knowing that you could have added that to the Buffalo Bills and what that would have done for that receiving core, and that it would have cost us a 3rd round pick in this year's draft to beat out Seattle's offer. And this is 2 years in a row you run into this brick wall of not making a move while the Jaguars are moving for Jacoby Myers. I think it's wild that he's gotten out of any of the criticism here. I analyze their performance, personality, stuff like that. Model on his high level. I love it. Try to put something together. The poem was brilliant. It was very good by Jesse. He took it seriously, and he definitely brought the goods on that one, man. So dreaming Jesse's poem was a thing of beauty. I think he got a future. He might have missed his calling. A modern day poet laureate, Jesse is. Tony Wright, Brandon, just as we did to the Rams, stop the run, put pressure on Stafford, get him throwing the football. He will throw picks with pressure on him. We had 3 picks on him, including a pick 6. That was a great game. I watched that one, Tony, and yeah, getting pressure on Stafford is definitely an important part of the process. I think you guys have a little bit more of that ability to be more free-willing in your ability to, we're going to take risks, we're going to blitz. And that, I don't know if McDonald as much makes his peace with that, with Stafford in particular, and being willing to cross that bridge. You guys were, and it benefited you. I mean, Dennis Allen did in the first half of the game, and it benefited him until it didn't last week. And then he started running up casino blitzes at the end of that game and he got destroyed on him a little bit. So generating pressure is going to be a big deal in this game. I agree with you there, Tony. I think there's some ways you can manufacture certain pressure points with them at times. But if you get Stafford into a high volume passing approach, you're probably going to have some moments you can get him under pressure. There are times he reacts to pressure where he just tries to kind of want to throw it away. There's times he'll try to fit a ball into a tight space he shouldn't. And that's where you can then, take advantage to go get those interception opportunities. It's not as much with him that he's going to misread stuff or make you totally confuse him to death. It's that you force his hand fast and you force him to throw one of those, I'm going to put one of my dime pieces, throws into the right spot in little tight conditions, tight window, and the guy's able to jump the route and go make the pick. So you guys had a little bit of a different way of how you guys were able to run it against him that I think, I don't know if we've got as much of those same levers that we can pull in our defense as much than that same way, Tony. Not that you're not right. You are right. Just, I don't know if we do as much of that same stuff stylistically speaking. Jeff, major concern in our run game is Sharps. Not there to run the A and B gaps. True. Very true. Draft classes are horrible. What, has he got 2 Pro Bowlers in like the last 5 years or something from his draft classes being Billy Bean? Yeah, it's been freaking awful. Don't know what that ownership's doing out there. I like the Dolphins host. Yeah, TD's great. He's awesome. Martin, I see the goalposts have been moved on Sam again. He wins a playoff game, and now pundits are saying he had to do more to win the game. So a dime throw to JSN, a pass rating above 110 is not enough. And not turning the ball over, right, Martin? The only quarterback this last weekend that didn't turn the ball over. Like, that kind of matters too, right? My years of going and watching playoff football, that tended to be a way to carry a lot of weight as well. But yeah, as we've seen for so many weeks with Sam, as we saw from the jump on this one, and as I've continually said on this, and it continues to be proven true with these goalposts continually being moved, there are people that are embedded in their hate of Sam, that they are not trying to look at the situation clearly, that they're not trying to unpack this and really get a clarity on what is what and who's who. They're walking into this with a predetermination on Sam that they determined many, many moons ago of him being this, and that there's almost literally nothing he can do to upend that aside from raising the Lombardi Trophy. And even then, we might very well still see the goalpost moved at that point. Chad says Seahawks Patriots rematch. I can see it. If you need to publish models that aren't read up on it, me either. It's been kind of a working theory, you know what I mean? A working theory. Tony, the Falcons stopped the run, pressured Sakiam 4 times, getting through 3 picks. Stafford tied the all-time record of throwing pick 6s with 32 times. Brett Favre. Good game by you guys. Surprising you guys fired your coach. The 4 straight wins there, Tony. Kind of a shocker. Roberto, love it. But serious question, how much wiggle room do you think Kyle and John have in San Francisco? Yes, they built great teams, unfortunately, but they haven't achieved the ultimate goal. I think quite a bit of wiggle room. I think the owner does like Kyle a lot. The owner also came down this last year and was the big mandator of them to clear the dead money they did. I mean, those guys were going into a Super Bowl window year, theoretically speaking, and yet you're going to eat $100 million in that year. That was the owner coming back going, look, you guys have been go-for-it approach. You've been asking me to burn money and spend money out of future years so you guys could get more into a particular year, and it's not working, and you're not getting over the hump. So eat the dead money. And that within doing that as an owner, I'm also then saying, okay, then when you fall back a little bit back down to earth this next year, it's understandable because you ate the $100 million of dead money. So they're going to get a pass on this, especially with the year where Kyle might very well win Coach of the Year with what he's overcome there injury-wise. And so I think that they're still on pretty solid ground. Ish says, I think they should be aggressive early on Stafford, send a lot of defensive back blitzes, and hopefully come away with a strip sack. I'm okay with it. I got no problem being aggressive, man. Sign me up. I'm saying Mike is definitely hesitant to do it, but I'm on board with taking some chances. He says, Matt Stafford, Dak Prescott, Jameis Winston. These quarterbacks throw picks. Who they are. It's what they do. You can get him high volume, man, Tony. That's the key. You get Stafford under 30 attempts in a game, he can kind of play it clean. But if you can get him up over that 30 attempt mark, now you can see him sometimes throwing that ball into harm's way. Seth says, no team that has lost to Kirk Cousins in the regular season has won a Super Bowl. Got to love these statistics. Then again, Niner fans were holding on to the fact that Purdy has never lost in Seattle. It's true until it isn't. All right? True until it's not. A tip pass by Puka to take us to the Super Bowl would be glorious. That would be glorious. Yeah, no difference makers from Billy Bean. Not bad drafts as far as, like you said, the floor is all right, but is he finding those difference makers? And again, his approach to the receiving position has been just gag me. The odds of JS adding 2 to 3 years on Sam's contract. Probably not after this year, because John likes to avoid the whole renegotiating with 2 years left on your contract thing. But next year, yeah. Both show. Seth, do you think the Rams' performance really had as much to do with the weather as much as Rams fans think, or they've just been playing poor? I think the weather definitely impacted both offenses. I do. I think the Rams have also not been playing their best football. I think it's like the offensive stat that shows this. The defense has definitely come down to earth in the back half of the schedule, and it's got some holes that you can attack in a couple of different ways. That's first off. And then the offense has just been one that was really driving the bus early on this year, playing like a top 3 offense in the sport and efficient. And they probably fall into more of kind of a top 12-ish offense through the back half of the schedule. So it's more, falling a little bit closer to middle of the road now they play. So you got a kind of a middle of the road offense, slightly better than that, and a middle of the road-ish defense, and then a bad special teams. It's heavily reliant, essentially, coming back onto it on Stafford, essentially, pulling miracles out a little bit at times. Of McVay being able to out-scheme you and what he does offensively. Yes, no more throws at the 1 yard line, Hawks Nation. Punch it in. Barnyard 3 straight times if that's what it takes. Usually Niner fans love bringing up the most useless stats to feed in their delusion. It's hilarious. Yeah. Well, and I had Ram fans bringing up to me this whole thing with Stafford 6-0 against Seattle and all that. And it's like, well, some of that's heavily based upon Carroll's time, right? Should we be kind of throwing that out? I thought Billy Bean was in Oakland. I must have missed something in Moneyball. That's a whole nother Bean. It's his brother Brandon Bean, the anti-Moneyball. Just get me a star and lean on him. The black sheep. Got to take the points out there on that Patrick Chicago last week. 9 points you leave on the board. And Ben Johnson, a little bit too much Dan Campbell there. Matt Stafford also had a couple throws where he's so far off the mark that's crazy for a quarterback having MVP here. Yeah, I think definitely the conditions were affecting that. And you saw that with both quarterbacks struggling with their accuracy on the day. I mean, it was windy. Snow's falling. It's cold. You got to remember, too, with Stafford, he had the prior week there where he smacked his finger on his throwing hand Wouldn't be the least bit surprised if that was impacting a little bit of the accuracy in that cold environment. And you're only in a cold environment like that, and you got that finger where it's at. It's probably only going to make it a little bit worse, when it stands. All right, let's say give a thank you here, if we can, to the sponsor of today's show. Sponsor is going to be Sleeper. Sleeper's been so kind to sponsor us throughout the course of this season. And when you use their code, my code, NEST, N-E-S-T, on the Sleeper app, they'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. But wait, there's more. There's a free $20 entry. No deposit needed. Just create an account. They'll put $20 in your account. So $120 from me to you through the Sleeper app. When you use my code and just create that login, you can see my picks here over on the side. I went big. I decided to go with a big picket. I know everybody goes, don't do all the picks together. Just do simple picks low. And that's usually where I like to go, but it's championship weekend. We go big or we go home. That's how we roll out here. Cooper Kupp over 30.5 receiving yards. Kenneth Walker over 21.5 receiving yards. Screen games worked. Walker's worked well out of the backfield recently. Lean into that. Attack those linebackers in coverage. Tyler Higbee over 14.5 receiving yards. Kyron Williams over 56.5 rushing yards. I think they're going to stay committed to running the ball. And then Puka Nacua over 92.5 yards because he's going to get 1 million targets. Terms and conditions to apply. Please see their site for details. But thank you to Sleeper, my number one sports app for my money, because they give you a lot more of those kind of picks out there that you can go through to really put your ticket together the way you want to put it, not be forced down this line and forced down that line. So put some basketball with football, go just football only, get into weekly fantasy here with the end of the NFL season. And we got a baseball coming around the side of this as well. So always a lot to work with there with the Sleeper app. Thank you to them for sponsoring the show. Thank you guys today for watching. If you guys can do me the favor and hit that like button, maybe get subbed on up. Big shout out to all the folks who joined up and subbed up at the channel here. Man, we had a ton just yesterday. I dropped a short and we did like 60,000 views off the short and a ton of new subs off that. That was wild and much appreciated. So thank you to all of you who joined up on that in that way. We've got a jam-packed schedule here for you for the rest of the week here. So lock on in, folks, as we're going to be coming back tomorrow with a B&B show around 1 o'clock. We're going to have the Seahawks Syndicate tomorrow evening, and I'm going to try to fit in a couple of quick shows as well. Don't know if Friday, Saturday. We'll see how the timing of this goes. Try to get a couple of shows in regards to taking a look at how we can stop this offense, specifically the Rams, and how we can get after this Rams defense. Look at some very individual particulars, some film study within that as well. But be on the lookout for that. We'll get those shows in place. And, of course, we'll be live. Hour before the game, I'm going to probably go live here, do a little chopping up with you guys. But we will be live here as well. Game coverage, play-by-play, all the way on through. Last couple of questions and whatnot. We'll move our way through. Martin says, could McVay be the Rams' biggest strength and possibly also the biggest chance of losing? He doesn't adapt well to injuries. He can't help moving away from functional to dial up big plays. Well, I think definitely, and you saw it last week where it almost cost them last week, I think. Their lack of commitment to running the ball and trying to get too pass happy last week put you in the position it kind of didn't in part in that Bears game, in my opinion. So he's notorious, even within Rams fans, of sometimes getting away from the running game. And then in the playoffs, you get away with the run game, get too pass happy. Now you have Stafford throw a couple of throws up that are up for grabs and you get a couple of picks. You can backtrack that back around to saying, hey, should have stuck with the run game and not force Matt to have to throw this much against this really good defense. So it is a little bit of what you get with him. It's not a fatal flaw with him. I don't even know if I'd go as far as to see it's Achilles heel. It's just an issue that can pop up from time to time. And Ram fans do speak about it. I've seen a lot of mentions on it. Ishii, how do you think the Seahawks stock Puka? Hard to say. I think that you're probably going to just run your defense the way you run it, Ishii. They don't tend to run a lot of bracket coverage. They don't do a lot of having guys follow. So would I like to see a little more of Witherspoon maybe follow at times in this game and play man coverage? I would. Would I like to see the Seahawks play a little more man coverage in this game in general? I would. But that doesn't tend to be how Seattle tends to run it. I think beyond having a particular, this is the way I would do it, I would just like to see them actually have a plan for what they're looking to do against Puka. Last time they played him a couple weeks ago, they just kind of walked out there and they're like, we're just going to run our coverage and just act like he's just another receiver in the Rams passing attack. He's going to get damn near half potentially the targets of Stafford in this game. You can almost count on that going in. And if that's the case, have a plan of attack of how you do it. And is that bracket? Is that slightly rolling the coverage aside? Is just whatever adjustment, there's something built in to try to take him away from the Rams passing attack so you can force them to have to go to something that's not what they hammer over and over again, especially when they've played you at times. Hawks Nation 24/7. Hawks Nest, is it true the electrical substation near the Niner Stadium is injuring players? It's a little like, it's in a little bit of the woo-woo stage of things where there's doctors that'll tell you no, and then there's other doctors might come in and say, well, there's maybe something, a little bit of this. I can point to this study and that study, which show that EMF ratings at a high bop at a certain level of frequency, at a certain level of intensity on the human body can cause bop, right? Or we've shown cells underneath microscopes when put under stress of this and this can happen. So there's a little bit of like, is there a shred of something here to this to a degree outside of just people kind of inventing it out of their heads? Yes. Has it gotten into a locker room where it's talked about in the locker room and it's thought about in the locker room? Yes, it is. Do I know with certainty that there's truth to it? No, I don't. It is one that is, it's a little still in that woo-woo-ish phase of things, but probably would behoove them to move the substation at this point, considering how much talk it's generating, and they got to start taking some steps somewhere and rectifying this injury situation they seem to suffer from every year. What's up, Herzad? You didn't miss anything important, man. We're just celebrating. We are due for an interception on Stafford. Need 2 this week, man. Let's get it. You didn't miss nothing, man. I don't think we should be in zone. We should be in more man. I agree. More man coverage concepts would be one of the places I would try to operate from. Less of that zone stuff. And the 10-yard Puka buffer is another good place to start from. I'll show you guys some cut-ups from that Rams game, and you'll just be looking at like, really? You give him a free release, no physicality through his route, and just letting him run free with nobody picking up a zone. Mays Perna cursed the Rams, man. The curse wheel got him. Purse wheel got him. Let's hope it's right this time. And yeah, Adams definitely is a guy that gets to be usually better against man coverage than zone himself. So, can you run man to one side, zone to another? Can you flip-flop it based on where Puka is? Does that take you outside of your defensive mode and where you want to be at too much at that point? Maybe. We didn't really do a lot to stop Puka in the first game. They just didn't concentrate on targeting him as much as they did in the second game. And a big part of that from the Rams attack side of it just came down to, they ran the ball a lot. They played very conservatively in their passing attack into the second half. They adjusted their offensive approach based on the interceptions Sam was throwing, and that they realized they weren't going to have to do as much offensively on the day to get the win. Besides, it's good to see. Hawks Nest, are we owed draft picks or did we get them already? We've got them already. There's a draft pick next year for the Jarrell trade, but that's a 7th round pick next year. But nothing owed this year. For Cole, Jordan Brooks, and Colby. No, you didn't get any compensatory. Because what you brought in the door outweighed what you lost out the door. So you're not in alignment for compensatory picks. And that was the year before, by the way. Jordan's been there for 2 years. So it'd be, last year's would be... last year's it'd be do we have any major free agents we lost last year? Maybe not. You don't have much. You don't have anything really offset on that one. This year you can maybe do something. You're going to the game? Let's go, Herbicide. Yes, sir. It's going to be trashed. It better be trashed. Your voice. Also, thoughts on the Cardinals interviewing Jags defensive coordinator. He was good this year. Had him playing well. I get the impression the Cardinals are turning over secondhand parts for their head coaching job. I get the impression that they were turning over secondhand parts when they looked at hiring Gannon. And that they're just an organization that's the way that's going to roll. I don't know that they have an ability to bring in a real prime head coaching guy, so that they have to kind of take more of a roll the dice risk when it comes to this stuff. Just my impression. I could be wrong on it, but it's just the feel that it seems like. He says all three tackles didn't practice, even Amari Knight. That ain't good. That is not good at all. Perna is hilarious and nuts both. He is. No casino blitz when Booker goes in motion and Stafford sees it. One of my keys on this game is going to be, if you have a blitz called and Stafford catches it, call that mother effer off. You know what I mean? Don't keep running it. Chad, B, what happened to Dan Viennes? I heard he was banned from YouTube. No, he's not banned from YouTube. He had happened to him what happened to Norbcam a couple of years ago. I don't know if you guys remember this, Chad, but Norb got hacked a couple of years ago, and they took over his channel and they turned it to like Elon Musk channel. Norb had to go through the whole, and I'm glad YouTube at least has this set up, and they're doing this with Dan, where they've got it set up for him to be able to go and, okay, put the channel on hold here for a second, and then let me go through the process to verify who I am, and then let's get the channel back on. So it'll be unbanned. It's supposed to be tomorrow that this thing comes up back up and live for him. Unfortunately, that happened. That's one of those things that scares all of us who do this to death. Can you just imagine, like, this is your livelihood and people are constantly, and I can attest to this, to my email, I'm constantly getting hit with phishing scams and viruses and attacks. I mean, it is constant. You just click one wrong thing and they're in. And it sucks. It really does. Because you got to read some of these emails for the contact stuff. And especially when you're trying to go through some of this for, like, you know, marketing opportunities, sponsorship opportunities. And that's how they kind of rope you in on that stuff. So feel for Dan on that. It freaks me out, but luckily it does sound like everything's working and he's going to get that thing back up and running. Am I in Spokane? I 2 years ago moved down to San Diego to be a little closer to family, but I'll be getting back up to Pacific Northwest here at some point. Maybe some point soon even. You never know. So Beast Mode Beast is throwing a pre and post game party. I'm going to. Let's go, Beast. Man, he heard some Niner content creators thinking of trading Shanahan for picks to the Bills. like Shanahan's going to want to go to Buffalo too. I don't know about that. That might be a tough sell for a guy like Shanahan. Maybe he would. Yeah, Niner fans and content creators there with Kyle. I don't know if it's that thing with like 10 years into a place, you just get more out. You wore out on a place and kind of like, all right, I'm done. But seems to be kind of the case. There are times with the Niner people there with Shanahan where they just feel like, well, we had our chance with it. All right, let's get to something else. And surprises me because they just can't. They're happy to just kind of kick a good coach out, thinking they're just going to get another one right off the back. It's like, that's not the way that normally works. So. Yeah, maybe they could do that, I guess. I don't think Shanahan would want to go to Buffalo. Oh, yeah, McDaniel and Harbaugh is a weird combo. Did not see that coming. Throw more to Bobo. What a sick release he had, huh? San Diego is nice. Love it there. It's great. It is great. Riverside Cal needs to quit San Fran. He'll never be the man in NFC West again. McDonald owns him now. Maybe that's why he'll be open to a trade. That might be it right there. Like, this guy owns me. I got to get out of this division. Give me Josh Allen. Man, we lost out on McDaniel. Sadly, could have fits like a glove. B, who's your top pick for OC? I personally like Bobby Slowick. I'm more Arthur Smith or Mike McCarthy. Those would be my two. But Slowick could be interesting. Zach Robinson could be interesting. Yeah, he's a huge bit can't point man all of a sudden. Yeah. Pretty cold blood what these people do to people's channels. Like, damn, that's just cold. Yeah, hackers are everywhere now, and they're running some straight stuff. And it's like I always tell people, never click in the body of an email message. That's where they get you a lot, is that anything goes in the body of those email messages, and you can't, I don't care what somebody sends you, you've got to be super careful. Super duper duper careful. Yeah, I see the worry here as far as the tackles go on it. I think we'll be fine. It's Wednesday, the rest of them, I get that. They'll be good to go. Syndicate's going to be on Thursday. Mike McCarthy, yeah, I get it on this, but Mendoza, when it comes to McCarthy as a head coach, I wouldn't have him as a head coach. But I think there's a big, mighty, I wouldn't have McDaniels as a head coach either. But I'd certainly be happy to have him as an OC. And I think McCarthy as an OC versus McCarthy as a head coach, we're talking about two different two different things to me. I just don't really want to go to untested. I don't really want to go to a guy that's got like 1 year of offensive coordinator experience that was okay. I don't want to go for the theoretical, could be good, maybe, possibly, maybe let's roll the dice. It comes back down to you got a team ready to go next year. You got a Super Bowl ready-made roster. Does anybody feel comfortable with having a Super Bowl ready-made roster and then having an offensive coordinator who's sort of learning his way with that roster in the midst of the type of season they're trying to pull off? It doesn't make me comfortable. I'd rather go for something of more of what I know I'm getting more than the possibility in this case for where this roster currently is at. Score prediction, 24-20. Sloppy one, close game. So again, I see that a lot of, we'll just do a blanket, just wrap up on this with the tackles. I understand worry about the Wednesday stuff with the guys, but like, let's also just stay in the pocket of worrying about things that are what we got to really worry about. You're going to get to Sunday and you're going to have two tackles that are ready to play left tackle. And both of the two left tackles and Knight and Cross played fine last week. So they're being careful with the guys. They're making sure they got everybody ready to roll for game time. I understand completely the concern and worry, and it's peppered throughout the chat here right now. So let's just do a blanket. We're going to be fine at left tackle. Let's not get concerned about things that aren't real things coming to this game. Let's concentrate on the real things that we got to concern ourselves with, like this Rams offense and what we're going to do offensively to attack this team. But they're just being precautionary. Precautionary. Love your guys' score predictions. Love it, love it, love it, love it. And Holani, good to go. Yeah. Not a question mark. No. This kind of happened like last week with the Darnold thing, right, Hawks Nation? So like we're at playoff time, everything gets heightened. And everybody's touchiness to what's heightened at that point has them a bit sensitive to every bit of news that comes out. And so we got to really like not fall in that sensitivity. And so this happened to me on my day. Darnold news came out. My chat was freaking out. And then freaking out for a couple of days. And what if Drew Lock's got to play? Well, how are we going to do it? Well, what do they do? Like, Cross is going to play all game long unless you're blowing that team out, and then you'll have probably Kite in there. So it's going to be fine. Let me soothe your guys' worries and concerns on this. It's going to be fine. Charles is going to play, and he's going to play at a very high level. It's not a concern or a worry whatsoever. So I understand seeing the practice report and going, that's valid. It's valid reaction on it. But let me just soothe this and just say it's just fine. Team's just being very careful in this circumstance and situation. You don't want Cross getting injured further this week. You want him ready to play, or at least right where he's at for wherever that foot and knee and whatever else is hurting, might be at, with it. All right, we're going to wrap this up here. Last couple questions at this point. Butcher's Nooks, where would you rank Mike McDonald? As far as the NFL head coaches go, probably top 4, top 5, but he's only in year 2. So it's, that's the guys that are ahead of him are just as much ahead of him because they've had a lot more time to put the pelts up on the wall, and he's still finding his way with it, So definitely a guy that's maybe right there right now, but certainly is with the arrow going up. Butchers, that arrow's climbing. Yeah, Stitch, it's a little bit like the situation with Stefanski. Look at Arthur Smith and every one of his stops that he's been at. When was the last time he was given a quality quarterback? Not an upper top flight quarterback. I'm talking a quality level quarterback. He got a guy in Tannehill to play at a really good level with Tennessee, a Tennessee offense that wasn't exactly stacked through the nines and had that offense running really well. Then after that, he goes to Atlanta and he's given no quarterbacks. Then he goes to Pittsburgh and he's given Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. Then after that, he's given Aaron Rodgers. I don't know what coordinator with any of those environments would have found success. And I'm very impressed by what he did with the Tennessee Titans. And he's very committed to running the ball, very committed to a ground rushing attack. He's got a very creative rushing attack and rushing system. You pair him here with Sam Darnold, you're giving him the best quarterback that he's had as an OC ever. I think that he would be able to maximize that. And I think his reputation gets beat up a little bit, Stitch Hawk, with a lack of not kind of acknowledging the fact that he's been giving craptastic quarterbacks for the last how many years. Yeah, Martin, no need to take unnecessary risks, man. Just rest guys up, give them that rest, and it'll help them. Doctors say give them the day of rest, it'll help for the game. You do so. I think that's probably what they're leaning on. Hazard, I think the Rams will get worn out by a fresh Hawks team sometimes in the second half. Could play a part in this game. That's all Hazard. You have those guys traveling on the road for the third straight week, coming off an overtime game, a little bit of a shorter week because of it. A lot of snaps on those bodies last week, long NFL season. You do wonder a little bit about that. Brando, friendly shorts advice. I don't know if you've seen what Hawkblogger's doing with his short thumbnails and having text overlaid during it. I think it would add both your shorts would start to do even better. Well, my shorts are doing great, Trav. So they're killing it. The thing with this, and it always comes down on sometimes the suggestion of this is more work. You know what I mean? And that's not a problem. I don't mind more work, Trav. It's not a bad suggestion in itself. I think the thing to remember with Hawk Blogger is that he's got people that he can hire on to do stuff, where I'm a one-man band on this. And so, like, keeping in mind, everything's got to come out of my own work to do whatever gets done. And so when you talk about putting in overlaying text to match what's being said, it's kind of a time-consuming process. And the thing that I run into right now, as much as anything else, is I run out of time every day and trying to find where I can put the time to most maximize the channel. And I'm at the point right now where I probably need to bring on an editor and bring them on in and get that to go. But it's also right at that line where channel's just starting to make enough to maybe be able to do that, But that's kind of why Brian's able to do it, right? Like it's very hard to be able to, that stuff just, the editing work that goes in to put that stuff together on that stuff is incredibly time consuming. I don't mind doing it at all. I'm not complaining on that, but it is just the hours get eaten up so much in doing those kind of videos. So it's a great suggestion, man. Once I get an editor, I'll definitely have overlaid titles put on in there, but I've definitely reached that point with the channel on this where it's like, there's no more extra hours that can be cut into the channel. I'm easily doing well over 100 hours every week right now. Trying to clip this thing and keep it rolling hot, but it's a great suggestion. Yeah. That's the other part of this too, is that like Brian's not doing 8-hour live streams. And I love, like, it is what we just do here. That's the other part of this too, is that you guys love going 7-8 hours. I mean, I thought I was going to do a quick show today and you guys are just keeping it popping. And it's kind of what happens with us on game day, where I think, all right, we'll have exhausted all the topics out, but then you guys will put donos in there, like 5 donos stacked to keep me going on a stream on stuff. And I don't mind this. It's just, this is the nature of our channel here versus other channels, is nobody out there goes the 8 or 9 hours. They're going in and they're in and out in an hour. They're in and out in 45 minutes, and well, if I could do 45-minute streams in and out, then it'd be much easier to be able to do a lot more of the editing stuff on the background. But it's kind of like, I've had to kind of figure out what it is my audience wants on this a bit, Trav. And they kind of universally have told me, we want super long streams and throw us as many super long streams as you can. And that's kind of been the driving force of this channel. And this has been as much as just what the audience has seemingly wanted. So, hey, if that's what they want, I'll definitely give you guys the long streams on, but then the cost comes to the shorter stuff not being as much in tow until I can bring an editor on. And I'd like to bring an editor on, but it's, again, somebody I'm going to have who I know does it right and, all that good stuff. I know you do, Trav. I'm just explaining. I appreciate the suggestion on it. I do. And Hawkblogger does great work over there. So I think he's been doing a great job. It's been really cool to see him take off and kick it ass. Brian, that's true. We're down with the extended live streams as long as you are 12. Yeah, I am totally. But it's like you kind of have the one, the other, right? Like you can have me come in and out and give you guys 45 minutes and then I get my day to do the edits and put those all together. Or you can have the freaking 5-hour live streams, I'm going to go with Brendan, and it's like those B&B shows and theoretically would be an hour, right? Like the roundtable discussions that we do, like those are supposed to be an hour. We're paid for an hour of our time on the roundtable. That's what they pay us for. They pay us for an hour. But you guys are incredibly kind and you guys are incredibly supportive over there. So what we end up with is with 100 donations every time that we go live on the roundtable. And so then it becomes, instead of an hour, 2.5 hours. And that's not a bad thing. Again, it's not a bad point on this, but it's again, just a representation of you guys that there's only so many hours in the day. And like we've maxed this channel out as far as what I can do on that side if we're going to go these live streams this long, and they're not just going to be kind of in and outers. And if you guys go look at every other person that does live stream shows. They get to an hour and they're like turning into a pumpkin and it's time to go off. So we're very unique here in how we do that. You guys want it. You guys are going to get it. But yeah, it does mean that then the inverse is that you can't have all the edit stuff and all the cool little menagerie of things to the other side. But we're doing good on shorts, man. I mean, geez, we just had one just did 60,000 views in like 2 days. Yeah, it's kind of our thing here. We do what we do here. That's what I like about all hot content creators is everybody's got their own little niche of how they go about what they do, you know, and everybody's got their kind of only unique thing. Never said I'll get a lunch, take a nap, and it'll still be rolling. Love it. I love what I do, man. Vimy Hawks Nest, if we do win, do we get a 24-hour stream? You said you would go after championship game earlier, just saying. Yeah, well, probably not the champ. It's not going to be the championship game because I got to go. There's that busy schedule with it. So as soon as the game ends, we're going to go for a little while on the championship game, but like this Sunday, we're not going to go late because I have to get up in the morning on Monday and then I'm flying out to Mobile, Alabama because then I'm covering the Senior Bowl all next week. So it won't be for that, but after the Super Bowl, if we win the Super Bowl, then sure. Dogzilla, thank you for the $10 donation, Dogzilla. Your shows are more than great. Oh, that's kind of you to say, man. I really appreciate it. And I love doing these, man. I love going along with you guys and turning this stuff over. It's like I say, I'm having as much fun as ever doing it. So it ain't a matter of that. I've happily worked the hours I work here. It ain't hard work for me. It's long hours, but it's fun. It's fun hours. It's fun work putting these shows together and prepping them up for you guys. And I know you guys do definitely enjoy them. So that's where I say, I think we found our sweet spot here. It's kind of unique to us. It's not like how other channels will do it in so many different other ways, but it works for us, you know? Like Patrick says, just more chill and fun here. We're just a little chill. Seahawks content 24/7. That'll be the goal eventually. And eventually we will, and we're getting really close there on it of getting that editor in. Once I get the editor in, then we're going to really be cooking because then I can get the clips channel really flying. We can refine down some of the shorts. We can open up some of the great moments in Seahawks history videos. Kind of once we can get that going, I'm really looking forward to that being another way we can open the channel up in a major way. Martin, have a good night, Brando. You have a good one, man. Appreciate you. Ninjutsu Trigger, thank you for the $5 donation. Other than K9, who are our running backs for Sunday? Ginger Cuz. We've got George Holani will be your number 2. Velus Jones will be your number 3. And the team may activate a 4th in Cam Akers. Hard to say on Cam Akers, but I would be very confident on the first 3 and that they would be going into that pecking order. Manny says, how lovely it would be for B to be in mobile while the Hawks are in the Super Bowl. I'm definitely kind of hoping on it low key because I get to go through there just feeling I'm going to be walking around all these content creators and all these guys that cover their teams there individually, right? I just get to go out there in my Seahawks gear with the syndicate. Yeah. We get to be kind of the big old, like a better term here. We get to be the kind of the swinging dicks there at the Senior Bowl bit. Yeah. Like, what's up? Sup? Hey, sup? Have a good one, Stitch. Appreciate you, man. And thank you again, Ninjutsu, for the $5. That's right. If you love what you're doing, it ain't work, man. Oh, yeah. We're doing great too, Trav. I mean, this year we've had awesome stuff, and I've got plans for the channel for sure. The big key will be just that editor for sure, because then I can really now, man, that'll take so much off my plate because it is so much for the thumbnails and cutting the videos up, and then it's just like da-da-da-da. These days just go like that, man. You blink. Jim Everett, we played zone last time, so you didn't you're inaccurate on the first part. We were playing zone, not man a lot in that second matchup. When we did play man, we had better luck. Lord Disciple, thank you for the $2 donation. Brandon, what happened on the big play in Puka in overtime? Zone coverage, free release, lack of route disruption, guys dropping to spots on the field, not actually picking guys up in zone. That's a lot of what occurred. You were dropping to landmarks in that game against Puka, And this is why he'd be running through zones and nobody's picking him up, is because you're trying to drop to a space on the field that you're trying to predict where you think the routes are going to go, as opposed to really truly just covering the guy. So that's where most of it led to, in my opinion. And a lot of it was that they were trying to run some complex back-end coverages that were going to rely upon a little bit more extra communication and work than you could pull off in a short week on a Thursday night game. Do I know why Holani is ahead of Akers? He's been here. He's been here longer. Just a player they probably like a little bit more. Akers is kind of in that journeyman mode. It's probably pretty close between the two of them, but I think they like a little bit more of what Holani brings as a runner. With Akers, you get a little bit more of kind of a pros pro type guy. Did he talk about the injury reports? Seeing all 3 tackles scares the crap out of me. One of them in the last game, but this could be bad. We'll have 2 healthy for the game day. We'll be fine, Jacob. They're just being careful with the tackles. I understand why it's worrisome, but it'll be okay. Maybe no one wants it anymore. They think Kung Flu broke everyone. Maybe might have had. Might have had. And Holani did look good out there when he was out there. Mr. Worth, you're inspiring folks here in the house. Fox House is right. All right. We're going to wrap it up on that note, folks, as we cross 4 hours in the books. We got back tomorrow, 1 o'clock, BMB show. Be coming back at you with that. We got the Seahawks Syndicate at 6 o'clock tomorrow, Pacific Standard Time. Be on the lookout for that show. And a couple of bonus shows we'll try to get out here as well into Friday and Saturday just before the game. If you guys can do me the favor today and hit the like button, it would help out this channel greatly, as it helps me to grow and show and gets me out on the algorithm searches and all that good stuff. And I really do appreciate it. I do thank you guys for watching today. Please do use that sleeper code if you get a chance. The Nest is the code to use on that side of it. Seattle Seahawks are 1 week away from the Super Bowl, 1 week away from potentially getting back to that Super Bowl berth. Now, you got to take down this Rams team, and it's going to be hard. We're going to break down the intricacies of what it's going to take, and it's going to be a championship effort. It's going to be you playing your best football and you operating within the blueprint of what got you to this place. But that's the good part about the blueprint, is that it's a hard and true rule of how to win games that they've been applying over and over and over again. The Seahawks don't have to step outside of them for this Rams game. They don't have to extend and be something that they're not. They don't have to do something good that is not in their wheelhouse to do. Just be who you are. Be the identity that you've established, and you will go win this football game. There's a lot of details within that, but in general terms, let that be a guiding light for you, and I think you get this dub. And Seahawks fans, many of you have been in my chat here today, saying we're going to be in the stadium. We're going to be, getting this going. We're going to be ready to roll with this. Let's go. Let's get in the stadium and show that same energy you showed last week. Let's show what it was a couple weeks ago. Because just one more thing that can add that wind to the back of your team, the wind to the back of your defense to help make this happen. You guys have done it so many times before through so many different generations of teams here that have had that number 1 bye, be it 05 or back in 13 or back now. Call upon it once again, one more time this season. And if you do so, if you can bring that magic back in that building, if you can bring that special spirit, your team's going to the Super Bowl. Your team's going to the Super Bowl with a very good chance to be not only the favorites, but the heavy favorites against whoever they play. Let's go get this dub this week. Let's go have a fun week of trying to chop this game up and figuring out what's what and who's who. I thank you guys for watching. Really appreciate you that. And thank you guys to all of the new subscribers jumped up this year in the back of this season and just all of the support you guys have given me. Again, 30 donations here today. Your guys' support and how much you guys have my back on this channel is second to none. I hope you guys know that. I hope you know it's really appreciated. I'm blessed by what I get to do. As I said, and we're talking a little bit about the times. And it's more about times just trying to find efficiently to maximize everything you do. So maybe you're getting the most out of everything you're doing. But it's not that I don't still just love what I get to do. I'm watching tape last night, grinding through Kenneth Walker cuts and Ernest Jones film and looking back a little bit what we did defensively in the matchup against the 49ers and just picking apart this team that's got so many cool parts to it to look at and understand and just appreciate, I suppose, when it comes down to it. So it's been a lot of fun this year. My favorite year in doing this and doing this now for 6 years has been this one. It's been an awesome ride with you guys. Hopefully this thing continues on into this weekend. I will be back in less than 24 hours. But until that time, I shouldn't have to remind you with your team right on the edge of that Super Bowl, right there to where you can taste it, you can feel it, you can touch it. Let's go grab it. Let's go take it this week, huh? Shouldn't have to remind you. Shouldn't have to let you know. But I'm going to let you know. Lock in, Seahawks fans. You walk in that stadium, lock in. Lose your voice. Blow out your ears. Leave nothing left. By any means necessary, like this team. You're going to the Super Bowl. So don't you ever forget. Don't you dare forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.